4:18 p.m. I guess it actually recessed at 4:18 p.m. The board has recessed out of executive session, and the special meeting of the board is reconvened at 4:19 p.m. And there's no further business to come before the board in the special meeting. So the special meeting is now adjourned at 4:19 p.m. The board will convene for the regular board meeting, I'm just going to say momentarily. Order in just a moment. SPS TV will begin broadcasting. For those joining us by phone, please remain muted until we reach the testimony period and your name is called. This is President Rankin. I am now calling the March 20th, 2024 regular board meeting to order at 4:23 p.m. This meeting is being recorded, and we acknowledge that we are on ancestral lands and traditional territories of the Puget Sound Coast Salish people. Ms. Wilson-Jones, the roll call, please.
Director Kronbarone. Present. Director Muthuswamy.
Present.
Director Briggs.
Present.
Director Hersey.
Present.
Vice President Sarju.
Present.
Director Top
Director Top was here,
was here.
and I'm sure we'll be back
And President Rankin.
here. We will now go to Superintendent Jones for his comments.
Thank you, President Rankin, board members, and audience. Welcome, everyone. Happy first day of full spring. I don't know about you all, but I was definitely rejuvenated by the spring-like, summer-like weather, in fact. Feeling rejuvenated and ready to tackle what's ahead. I hope you all are feeling the level of energy and optimism that I do as well. Before we get into some of the comments, some of my further comments, I want to have you all check out our latest edition of First Bell.
I'm Carrie Wheeler, the proud principal of Viewlands Elementary School.
And the Hornets are taking over First Bell.
What's up, SBS? I'm Maya Wilson.
And I'm Tika Jozo. Thanks for tuning in to First Bell, where we chime in with news from around the district.
We're excited to bring you the news from our new school building. This beautiful campus was funded by taxpayers through the Building Excellence Capital Levy. We love our new school and we want to thank everyone who voted for the levy.
Now we've got some awesome stories to share, so let's get into it.
Photos, stuffed animals, and traditional clothing from around the world were just a few items Thornton Creek students displayed during the school's Artifact Day. The event bridges the gap between generations and cultures. The tradition began after Principal Jared Kishner and community partner Dr. Donald Felder came up with the idea as a way for students to share more about themselves.
Tell me about this dress.
Part of Artifact Day is connecting students with their elders in their community. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, and neighbors were invited to serve as listeners and help guide students in conversation about their items.
Great Aunt Vicky gave for this little guy.
Dr. Felder called the event the best day of his educational experience.
When we connect children to their history, their origin of language.
During Career Week, counselors gave students the opportunity to see themselves in different professions. Guest speakers encouraged them to explore their possibilities by diving into careers in public service, the arts, STEM, trades, and more.
We stick an IV in your hand and we give you drugs.
From military servicewomen and music executives, the school principals and screenwriters, BF Day counselor John Taylor and counseling intern Shelley Frappier.
John Muir Elementary and Orchid K brought Black families to campus for food, fun, and fellowship in honor of National African American Parent Involvement Day. Mothers, fathers, guardians, and extended family came together with students and staff to celebrate Black history, Black culture, and parent involvement in their child's education. At John Muir, the school hosted a career fair, and families had the opportunity to see firsthand what their children experience and learn in the classroom.
We've got some quick important announcements, so get ready for the rundown.
Applications for the 2024-2025 Seattle Preschool Program are now open.
That's it for this episode. Be sure to tune in next month because we've got some very special stories coming your way.
And before we go, we want to say congratulations to our friends at Viewlands and other students around the district who are competing in the Global Reading Challenge. Good job!
To learn more about these stories, visit our website. Until next time, I'm Maya Wilson.
And I'm Tika Jozo. We'll catch you later for First Bell.
So that's First Bell. I want to talk about tonight in our budget work session. We'll work together to ensure the continued success of SPS, to ensure we're supporting our students, our teachers, our community, and our city. In that session, I'll be talking about our plans for balancing the budget for next year, our road to a system of well-resourced schools, and together we will work to envision, problem solve, and ensure the success of our beloved system. I'm grateful for the dedication and expertise of our team as we work towards ensuring fiscal responsibility while meeting the needs of our students and staff. I also want to recognize that we are joined tonight by many in the public who have had concerns about how budget reconciliation will impact staffing and student outcomes. I want to give assurance that we are committed to making decisions that mitigate impacts to student experiences. In recent weeks, our principals have been meeting with HR and budget staff to develop their budgets for the upcoming school year. To those who have been actively participating in building leadership teams, we appreciate your involvement. Your presence ensures that families and communities have a voice in their individual school budgets, and your contributions are invaluable to our decision-making process. I want to acknowledge that there are challenging decisions ahead of us, and I hear your concerns, but please know we are carefully considering all perspectives as we navigate these complexities and strive to make decisions that are in the best interests of our students and our staff. You know, despite these challenges that we may face, we are united in our shared goal of creating the conditions in which students thrive. Together, I'm confident that we can overcome any obstacles and continue to provide a high-quality education for all of our students. I just want to thank everyone for their dedicated support. And in closing, I'll hand it back to you, President Rankin.
I will now turn it over to our student directors for comments. Director Kronbarone.
Excuse me. Thank you, President Rankin. Oh, it's exciting to call you that. First of all, I want to thank everyone here tonight, especially those with concerns about impacts of budget decisions, because I share your concerns. I feel those concerns. I'm in the school building all day, and this stress over how things that are shortfalls on parts of bigger systems are going to impact our communities. It's hard, and I want you to know that I see you, I'm with you, and the reason I'm up here, the reason I wanted to be in this position is to be able to advocate for you, for my community at SPS. So thank you for being here. Kind of on that note, this month, March, is Theater in Our Schools Month. If you know me personally, you know I'm super passionate about theater and about arts education in schools. And bouncing back to when we were talking about budget, I think what's been really difficult for a lot of my peers who are also find so much passion and joy in arts programs at their schools is a consistent fear and stress around their programs being cut or sacrificed or diminished when we face these budget challenges. In fact, over the weekend, I was at the Washington State Thespian Festival, and we did a letter writing exercise. So, school board directors up here, you may be receiving some letters, not mean ones, just very important. No, I promise. Letters that really hold some very powerful stories about how arts changed lives of so many students. And so I hope when those come, you will take some time to read them and think about them when we're in our decision-making processes. Turning to a different point now. So just a couple weeks ago, there was a bill passed in the State House that was a parental rights bill when it came to children's education. This was Initiative 2081. Unfortunately, and really disappointingly to me as a student, this Republican started and backed bill received widespread Democratic support, especially as a student who has accessed programs at my school, like medical programs or teen health centers, which would be directly affected by this bill, which, sorry, I forgot to tell you what it does. It gives parents right to access medical records of students. It gives parents right to access what is currently confidential of, if students have reached out to try to seek counseling, mental health counseling at their schools. I cannot stress enough how detrimental moments like these and bills like these are to the safety of our students, to my safety at school, to the safety specifically of our students who are survivors of sexual abuse, to the students who are experiencing mental health issues and have an unsupportive space at home, to trans and LGBTQ students who seek support at schools when they don't have that support at home. It is so vital that our schools are safe havens for our students, no matter what their backgrounds are. Our schools are places where people can seek out medical care when they need it. It's really hard to see things like this happen. And so I hope that as a school board, as much as we can, especially when things come into state law, push to make sure we're always keeping the safety and well-being of our students in mind. And yeah, that's all I really have to talk about tonight, and I'm going to hand it over to Ayush. Director Muthuswamy, sorry.
Ayush is totally fine. Thank you, Director Crone-Barone. I wanted to take my time today to elevate some of the concerns I've been hearing from students I've been talking to over these last few weeks regarding the school board. the board is the highest level governing body of this district, and that means we make the highest level decisions for this district. And with that, it's easy to remove ourselves from the day-to-day function of the district, and some of that is necessary. It's impossible to run a district of our size if we divert our attention to every single instance and issue that pops up in the dozens of schools that we represent. But when I talk to students over and over again, one thing comes up, and that's the question of how have I gone 12 years without knowing we had a school board? How have I gone 12 years without knowing who my school board director is? This board wants to hear from students. I see that, I know that, I feel that. And it goes without saying, but students want to be heard. But unless we actively engage with our students, they will not actively engage with us. We get a few amazing individuals who come here to these meetings and talk with us, but that's just a snapshot of who this district is and our district's needs. If you could give kids a name and ideally a face to put with that name, I think you'll be surprised with how much they have to say and how in tune they are with the issues that are facing our district. That means showing up to schools, to basketball games, to musicals, and just being a person to them, not just a name on a website or a figure on the dais. And when you do that, I think there'll be a person right back with you. And they won't say what you want to hear, but they'll say what you need to hear. And I know you all are incredibly hardworking and busy people, but that extra step, just to show up with no agenda, no goals in mind, just to talk and be a person goes an incredibly long way. And with that, I also wanted to give a shout out to all the seniors there getting college decisions back. It's crazy, it sucks, but hang in there. You're almost there, it's on the home stretch. And Ramadan Mubarak to all those observing. That's all.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, directors. Moving along in the board comments section. Let's see, I need to time check. Since it's 4:36, I'm going to suggest I'll do a couple things and then let's move on to other business and we can come back to any further comments after the, I'll say a couple things I need to say now, then we'll go for the audit report, and then we can come back to the rest of board comments at the end of the meeting, if that works for everybody. Okay. Really happy announcement, and I just found out about this. So on behalf of the whole board, I want to recognize with great pride and extend heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Jones on being honored with the prestigious UNCF 80th Anniversary Outstanding Educational Leader of the Year Award. This recognition is a testament to his unwavering commitment to excellence and his visionary leadership of our school district, especially as a son of Seattle schools, I will say. It's the United Negro College Fund, right? Yeah. Oh, I've been asked to, it's not, for some reason not on here, that's the United Negro College Fund, is UNCF. In navigating the unprecedented challenges faced by our district, Dr. Jones has exemplified resilience, compassion, and partnership. So congratulations and thank you, Dr. Jones. We are grateful for your leadership and partnership. You guys can clap again. Yeah. So quick work plan update for the board. As I have mentioned previously, the Washington State School Director Association has a time-bound window where they accept platform revision proposals. And I know we have many, we have new directors, we have to be filled seats. We also put forward 4 position proposals last year. So I sent this information out to directors and did not receive indication that anybody had an issue they wanted to bring. So we don't have a bar for that for this year, which is fine. There's probably years that there haven't been. But if you, in looking at the standing WASDA catalog of legislative and permanent positions, if there's something that we want to put up to the WASDA membership, which is all the school board directors in the state, for next year, we would have to be ready to do that. This is the time of year when we have to submit those. So yes. Okay,
Wait,
moving
sorry,
on.
President Rankin, can I ask a quick question about that? Is it officially too late now, or do we still have time?
Well, so under new rules, it has to be adopted by the board and submitted as a board.
Right.
So because of our meeting calendar, it would have to be intro and action in the same meeting. If you have something, do you have something?
No, not at the moment.
Oh, okay. I can't remember the platform. Oh no, yeah, the revision window closes April 8th. So I guess yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I did that out loud. Okay, so the board will be holding a forum, changing topics. The board is holding a forum for the 8 finalists for School Board Director District 2 and District 4 positions. We will be holding this forum on March 27th, next week, at Lincoln High School, officially beginning at 6 p.m., though candidates and directors will be asked to join us a little bit ahead of that. The forum will be open to the public and streamed live on SPS TV, so we invite the whole community to join us. We are scheduled to appoint one person to each position during our April 3rd regular board meeting, and then plan to hold the oath of office for our appointees on April 4th. So I will do a legislative update and other things later. So our other reports for tonight, Director Briggs, let's go to you for the announcement of recently completed audits.
Thank you. Okay, so Board Procedure 6550BP states that internal audit requires an announcement of completed internal audits. As the Audit and Finance Committee Chair, I am announcing that at the March 5th quarterly audit meeting, the Office of Internal Audit presented 2 internal audit reports. One audit on contract data and another audit on the Webster School Addition and Modernization Project. All audit reports are discussed at a public audit meeting, and the completed reports are posted for public viewing on today's agenda and on the Office of Internal Audit Department website. That's all I have.
Thank you. I will save legislative update. I was in Washington, D.C. until less than 24 hours ago. So I have local, state, and federal updates. But because of time, let's go now to public testimony. Unless there's anything urgent. No? Okay. Board Procedure 1430BP provides rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. In summary, we take testimony from individuals called from a public testimony list, and if applicable, the waiting list, all of which are included in today's agenda posting on the school board website. Only those who are called by name should unmute their phones or step forward to the podium, and only one person should speak at a time. Listed speakers may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers, and time will not be restarted after the new speaker begins. The new speaker will not be called again later if they are on the testimony list or waiting list. If you do not wish to have time ceded to you, you may decline and retain your place on the testimony or wait list. The majority of speakers' time should be spent on the topic you have indicated when signing up. And we expect the same standard of civility for those participating in public comment as we expect of ourselves. As board president, I have the right to and will interrupt any speaker who fails to observe the standard required by Board Procedure 1430BP. And I will also just again remind and ask everyone to please stick to that 2-minute limit so that we can get through to everybody. And I don't like cutting people off, so don't make me. So let's see. Staff will read off the testimony speakers.
Good afternoon. For those who are joining remotely to provide testimony, when I call your name, please make sure to unmute on the conference call line by pressing *6 and also unmute on your device. The first speaker today is going to be Chris Jackins. Chris will be followed by Ashley Warner and then Kate Campbell.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. On district use of artificial intelligence, or AI. 5 points. Number 1, the superintendent is promoting the use of artificial intelligence. Number 2, the district announced a new tool for classrooms, including including access to a student's activity history after class. Such surveillance is disrespectful toward students. Number 3, screen-based education did not work well for everyone during the COVID pandemic. Number 4, one wants humans directly in the education loop. Number 5, the school board needs to publicly discuss these issues before the superintendent and district implement AI tools and strategies. On school closures, 2 points. Number 1, the district has now explicitly said that there are no plans to close the Recovery Academy. Number 2, the district is supposedly not yet going forward with school closures, but in doing this public relations dance, the public can see the district's feet moving below the curtain. Please do not close schools. Thank you. On the district audit of the Webster School Addition and Modernization Project, 2 points. Number 1, district staff originally claimed that the school had never had a gym. This is not true. I attended Webster for 7 years. It had a gym. Number 2, the district originally planned to restore Webster's south side main stairway. This never happened. Why? On due diligence, I've attached written questions on agenda items. Please pull items from today's consent agenda and ask questions. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ashley Warner.
My name is Ashley Warner, and I'm a school counselor at Ingram High School. On November 8th, 2022, one of my students brought a gun to school, which he used to murder one of my other students not far from my office. Since that day, our community has been drowning in a tempest of fear and grief. It has been 498 days since the shooting, and Ingram students continue to carry the weight of this trauma on their shoulders. While trying to make sense of this unthinkable tragedy, our students have come to rely on the counseling office as a refuge of sorts, a port in the storm where they can check in with their trusted adult, a place where they can seek solace and find the courage to continue on with their day after taking a break in a quiet, calm space. For some of our students, visiting the counseling office is a highlight in their day. Yet, in the face of our students' profound suffering, Seattle Public Schools has made a decision that defies all logic and compassion. They plan to reduce our counseling FTE from 4.0 to 3.6 for the 24-25 school year. This means that the 350 students on my caseload will only have access to my services 3 days a week instead of 5. This means that my team will have to take on extra work to support my students on the days I am out of the building, all while trying to manage their own incredibly large caseloads. They will have to take on extra work despite barely being able to keep up with their own because they are dedicated to serving Ingram students, even the ones not in their assigned alphabet. I know that my co-counselors will help because that is the nature of what we do. We entered this profession because we love to help and are here to serve the many varying and diverse needs of our student population. And while our team will be stretched to its very limits, at the end of the day, it is still our students who will suffer the most. To the district, I urge you to reconsider this decision before it's too late. Our students cannot afford to bear the brunt of your short-sightedness. They deserve better. They deserve our unwavering commitment to their well-being and success. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kate Campbell. Kate Campbell. Kate, if you're on the phone line, please press *6 to unmute on the conference call line. Is Kate in the room? Going to move to the next speaker, Leanne Hust.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Hust, and I'm a school counselor at Ingram High School. As a school counselor, I am the ultimate problem solver and a team player. Every time the district asks me to pilot a program, I do it. I have piloted direct instruction, AVID, Naviance, and SBIRT, a mental health screener. All these programs benefit our school district with millions of dollars. All benefit our students. I'm the epitome of a team player. Cutting school counselors is not right, especially when school counselors have worked so hard for funding the best programs for our students. I have helped thousands of my students access college-level classes at the community college through a program called Running Start. Ingram alone received $67,000 from Running Start funds one year, money that my department generated. The district took all of our Running Start funds away, and now we cannot fully fund our department. We will lose a full-time counselor. For the first time this year, the state increased Running Start funding so our students could attend Running Start year-round. So now counselors are helping students sign up for summer classes, and again, our building is not being compensated. Running Start is an amazing program with many benefits. It gives our students free college credit and increases their chances of being admitted into university. This is a program where most students are first in their family to attend college. Running Start is important to me because I was the first in my family to graduate from college. It is an important work that counselors do, registering our students for college classes. In addition to helping procure funds for our school district, I also provide mental health supports for my students. Many of our students are struggling with mental health issues, and I help support them every day. I would like to end with a list of my students who have died because of the violence in our schools and our community. Please don't forget our students. Angel Ortiz Serrano, murdered in his apartment. Jasper Toms, drug overdosed the day before school started. Deshaun Milliken, murdered in a Bellevue restaurant. Quincy Coleman, murdered on the Garfield community steps. Travis Wittenbarger, drug overdose. And Ebenezer Hawley, murdered inside Ingram. Please don't cut school counselors. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Lynn Crowther. Cheryl Lynn Crowther. Cheryl Lynn will be followed by Marion Wagner and then Anthony Malaki.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Lynn Crowther, she, her pronouns. I am the co-president of the Seattle Special Education PTSA. And as Dr. Jones pointed out, budget discussions are underway at the building level. They are based on the enrollment predictions in the school's funding allocation. Here's a brief comparison of how enrollment predictions went last year. Last March, the prediction for 75% of our middle schools turned out to be off, with about 30 more students on average showing up per school. This year, most middle schools are projected to see fewer students. At 2/3 of the schools, about 20 students less on average will be in school in October when enrollment is counted. Predicting enrollment is a science and an art. Like last September, some students, as a result, will start without a teacher in their classroom, without their teacher in their classroom. They may not have their teacher for several days. But if the past is a lesson, then it's highly likely students receiving special education services in so-called self-contained classrooms, those needing the highest support levels, will start the school year without a teacher or the staff to support that classroom. And if it goes like last year, the staffing positions won't be filled for weeks or possibly months, even with educators shifting from one school to another. In the Student-Focused Outcomes Governance Manual, a fun read, the definition of input says resources and activities invested in a particular program or strategy that are usually knowable at the beginning of a cycle are measured of effort applied, and the outputs are defined the result of a particular set of inputs, usually known in the midst of a cycle, and that is a measure of the implementation of the program or strategy. I'm asking the superintendent, with the board's support, to change the input now for next September. Hire this year for next year's student outcomes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Marion Wagner. Marion Wagner. Marion will be followed by Anthony Malaki and then Alex Wakeman-Roos.
Hello, About exactly 1 year ago, I was here giving public testimony about the loss of my job share, a job share that was a cost-neutral job share, a 0.4, 0.6 split, so only one of us gets benefits in that situation. And after being an elementary teacher in SPS for 19 years, I uprooted myself and my relationships with students and families to move to another school in SPS to work part-time, so I was able to spend adequate time with my young family during the precious early years that we all know pass so quickly. Everyone who knows me here in SPS knows that I'm passionate about students teaching for social justice and improving our educational system so all of our students succeed. And now I stand here again 1 year later because in my new building at Hazel Wolf, my principal just ended job shares for next year. 8 employees' job shares will be ended, even though the staff, just like the staff at my last building, have showed they unanimously support job shares that are cost neutral. I will be leaving this school and finding part-time work for a couple more years until I'm ready to return to work full-time. This is what my family needs. This is what my students need. When I'm working, honestly, I am fresh. I am focused. I am delivering high-quality education. It not only works for my family, but this flexible work arrangement works for our schools, it works for our students, it works for our communities. So why is it that HR is pressuring principals to end job shares? Why aren't they being transparent about that? I would like to ask HR to collaborate with labor partners to find a way to support job shares. SPS should be encouraging principals to retain job share options. Openness to job shares is a good HR practice to both attract and retain educators. Not allowing flexible work arrangements inequitably impacts women as lower wage earners in our society. Women tend to be the ones who care for children or aging parents. Eliminating part-time work keeps many women from being able to access work at all, forcing them to stall their careers and struggle with re-entry several years later. Please retain job shares in Seattle Public Schools that are cost neutral. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anthony Malaki. And to all of our speakers, I forgot to say this at the top, please feel free to reintroduce yourself. I will not be pronouncing everyone's name correctly. Is Anthony with us? Going to the next speaker, Alex Wakeman-Roos. Is this Alex on the phone?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I am Alex Wakeman-Roos, parent and PTSA president at Dunlap Elementary and volunteer with All Together for Seattle Schools, who I'm here representing today. We urge you to prioritize transparency and honest two-way engagement with all families during the next few months of budget development. We support the district's engagement focus to ensure that students of color who are furthest from educational justice and their families have meaningful voice in school and district initiatives. But we're concerned that the small equity-focused group meetings you have planned as the only means of engagement are likely to exclude thousands of these students. SPS has tens of thousands of students furthest from educational justice. This is why engagement with the entire SPS community is crucial when there are proposals that have major changes to kids, like staffing ratios and school consolidations. We need to be problem-solving together to shape the district's proposals. This means publicly sharing options and analysis of how these proposals could impact student outcomes, equity, and student well-being. For 24-25, we're concerned that SPS is proposing changes that will harm students, such as budget cuts to school staffing, without any clear analysis on how this is less bad for kids instead of selling non-school properties. While these may be the best options to address our budget challenges, it's crucial we are all informed of the options you're exploring and why you support some over others. Transparent and honest communication builds trust and allows communities to understand the rationale behind final decisions. It builds shared responsibility for the success of our schools. Excluding families may breed distrust and resentment, ultimately undermining the district's ability to achieve its goals. Mistrust also grows when SPS leaders have failed to take action when staff have made decisions that increase harm to our kids. District leaders and board members have known for years of the situation at Rainier View Elementary. The board needs to ensure that the current concerns of Rainier View families are addressed. Let us work together to ensure that all schools have the resources they need to provide the best possible education for all of our kids, particularly those furthest from educational justice. Thank you for your dedication to our schools and community.
The next speaker is Dazanne Davis-Porter. Dazanne Davis-Porter will be followed by Jennifer Motter.
So, good evening. My name is Dazan Davis Porter, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School. I've worked for Seattle Public Schools for 40-plus years. I started when I was 6. Not only am I a product of Seattle Public Schools, I am the proud mother of 5 adults who went through Seattle Public Schools. I care deeply about all scholars in our school district. I'm here to speak today about the importance of early communication and planning around potential school closures and consolidations. I understand there has not been any decision made to consolidate or close schools yet, but is being considered as a way to address budget deficit. I'm here not to speak in favor of or against closing or consolidating schools, but rather to stress the importance of early communication and engagement with the school communities that may be impacted. I speak from experience. I'm a parent and an educator that was at the African American Academy before it was unjustly closed. During its first year, we were placed in the same building that is Coleman Elementary School, that is now known as Thurgood Marshall. There was no plan, no collaboration, and we became second-class citizens. The following year, we were moved to the Sharpless Building, which was an alternative reentry program. The communication with our school community was lacking, and we were not given the time needed to prepare for such a significant change. As you know, families plan their lives around the schools and the experience they want for their scholars. Closing a school is disruptive. That disruption can be mitigated if scholars and families have enough time to plan ahead, or it can be made worse if the process and communication is rushed. If you're going to close or consolidate schools, please engage with those closest to the work, scholars, parents, and educators, as early as possible to build the trust and to allow communities to be informed, engaged, and to build true partnerships. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jennifer Motter. Jennifer will be followed by Kent Say and then Sam Friedman.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Motter. I cede my time to Laura Adrians.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Adrians, and I'm a teacher at Daniel Bagley Elementary. I've come tonight to shine a light on one of the lesser-known consequences of budget cuts and staffing reductions, and that is educator collaboration. We all know educators are more effective when we work together as a team. Sitting down with our grade-level colleagues to discuss a challenging math objective, for instance, can lead to real instructional improvements for students as educators share ideas and resources or make a plan to find or create what their students need. Strong collaborative teams are built on a foundation of trust, and it takes time to develop those trusting relationships. When educators are displaced, effective teams are broken apart. The process of building those collaborative relationships has to start all over again. Those of us who have been in the district for a while have seen this happen so frequently that it becomes hard to muster the will to keep trying. After all, everything takes longer when decided by committee. I wouldn't be working such long hours if I just shut my classroom door and worked by myself. But is that what we really want for our school communities? I'm certain it is not. Then along comes the October count, and maybe the school receives more FTE and hires another educator. From the outside, everyone thinks that the school has been made whole again, but it is not whole. We are stuck in a cycle of broken up teams and inefficient, ineffective, or non-existent collaboration. This cycle, based on lowball enrollment projections, completely fails to support students and families. I urge you to dig a little deeper when weighing the consequences of specific budget cuts. Please direct district leaders to do a June adjustment and help school communities begin the school year with reasonable staffing allocations and a reasonable hope of keeping effective teams together so students will thrive in our classrooms. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kent Say. After Kent will be Sam Friedman and then Allison Gee.
Good afternoon. My name is Kent Say, and I cede my time to Rebecca Holtman.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Holtman, a teacher at John Stanford International School. My school has a dual language immersion DLI program in Spanish and Japanese. At JSIS, we support students who are heritage speakers and students who are learning Spanish or Japanese for the first time. This year, our budget did not give us enough staffing to continue our DLI program at the 4th and 5th grade level. We tried to submit a waiver to move staffing around, and we also asked for additional funding from SPS, but both were denied. With the current staffing allocation to JSIS, it is not possible to maintain our dual language immersion program at 4th and 5th grade. What is our school supposed to do? We do not have enough staff to support the learning at our school, and there has been no guidance from SPS on what to do next. The SPS strategic plan touts the importance of developing a culturally responsive workforce that effectively supports students and families. DLI programs fulfill this goal. Students are supported when they can learn at school in their home language. Families' involvement in their child's education is supported when they are able to speak to their child's classroom teacher in their home language. Students and families deserve the opportunity to learn in their home language and have access to staff that share their language and culture. Furthermore, SPS is refusing to allow students to come off of our wait list. We have space in almost every grade. SPS has an open enrollment policy where families can choose where to send their child. Why is SPS not following through with this policy? We have heard these struggles are occurring at every DLI and option school in SPS. SPS needs to engage and work collaboratively with DLI schools to understand the needs of our programs. If SPS changed how they allocated staffing to meet the needs of our students and followed their open enrollment policy, it would help to solve the problem. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sam Friedman. After Sam will be Allison Gee and then Diane Tao.
My name is Sam Friedman. I'm a teacher at Wedgwood Elementary, and I'm here to talk about the budgeting process, how it's affected the place where I work as well as educators more generally. Over the past few years, our resource room has been inadequately staffed at the beginning of every year, and our CERT in that room has had to take so much extra time and energy to push for adequate staffing. This results in students who often need the most support receiving that irregularly and unsustainably. We need more proactive and transparent engagement with our communities so that we can start every year with the staff and resources we need. Those of us on the ground, the teachers, the family, the community partners, we know what our students need, and we get so little opportunity to work with the district when plans are made and budgets are created. The biggest decisions seem to be made without consulting us. During our last bargain, the decision to switch funding models was a complete surprise, and we ended up wasting many hours debating how this would maybe even be possible before pushing the decision back. It was clear this hadn't been discussed with community partners and families and teachers well enough to have a clear idea about how it would happen. I wish this could have been brought up and discussed in a less time-sensitive, less professionally fraught space. Similarly, the original decision to close schools was felt sprung on our city's community. It became clear that this also hadn't been well discussed. It led to fear and frustration and finally a delay in these plans. It ends up feeling like the district's announcements about some of our biggest changes are a test, an idea floated to see how the community will react. This is not communication. We need authentic community engagement. Educators need to feel like their expertise and experience are paid attention to at the district level. Please work with us, not above us.
The next speaker is Allison Gee and then Diane Chow and then Mish Vicchio.
Hello, I am Allison and I am a newer employee at an SPS elementary school. I've been working in professional childcare for over 15 years and I have studied the wages of educators versus the current day's economy and the job market. I have color-coded the SPS salary schedule against minimum wage data and the UW self-sufficiency standard study. It is clear to me that SPS, through resources, systems, or collective efforts, does not have the wherewithal to pay some SPS employees, especially para-educators, a monthly wage that is comfortable to live on long-term and a minimum standard of living. There are possibly SPS employees who are making a monthly wage with default summer deferral pay that is near to or below a monthly salary for a full-time 12-month minimum wage position. Some may say that this is legal, but I think we might all agree that this is highly uncomfortable. We pay them this way year-round. In society at large, minimum wage no longer serves the purpose it was originally intended for. I would like those who are listening and capable to make change to hear my request that SPS employees be at least provided with a bridge to resources geared toward low-income earners. This could be through the EAP program or partnerships with organizations that make access to housing, transportation, extra salary, and food security a little easier, especially for low-income educators. This could include a monthly bus pass through something like the Orca Passport program. It could look like summer job or second job suggestions or even placement. This could look like food security resources such as a map to food banks or even some kind of optional staff meal program. This could look like access to resources on applying for low-income housing, ideas for housing, or even housing placement for educators. I feel that SPS could start to compile a bank of resources without utilizing extra monetary funds. There are already many SPS employees living monetarily under-resourced lives, and our knowledge is power together. I think you could start with an action step like surveying the employees of SPS schools for their ideas and needs. I ask the board and those listening to join me and making waves of change toward alleviating the challenges of poverty for SPS employees. Thank you.
The next speaker is Diane Tao. Following Diane will be Mish Vicchio and then Philip Gerard Montejo Thompson after that.
Hi, my name is Diane Tiao. I am a classroom teacher at Wing-Luke Elementary, and I am also a parent to an incoming kindergartner in the fall. Each year, budget time in schools is extremely stressful and unnecessarily anxiety-inducing. We are asked to look at our budget and make hard decisions using an equity lens. But the cuts in our building we are asked to make are innately inequitable. Wing-Luke is a high-poverty school, yet we were funded a 0.0 AP. We had to choose between getting academic intervention services and tutors that have a direct impact on student learning in reading and math each day, or to fund an assistant principal. How is that equitable? We are an early literacy priority school. District leaders come and do walkthroughs at Wing-Luke to see all the learning that takes place. We work hard, we do our job, we analyze data, we close gaps, we reach goals each year. The district applauds. But how do you think these goals are achieved? We need the people in our buildings in the positions that we have to be maintained. Budget cuts in schools like Wing-Luke, where the student population is more than 75% free and reduced lunch, are hugely impactful. High poverty schools should just be funded a 0.5 AP at the very minimum. We need strong admin so that teachers can do our job effectively. Having to choose between these roles is not right. Nothing is as excruciating as when we were told we had to vote between art or music 2 years ago. Staff had to vote on whether we should keep our art teacher or music teacher. This process is not equitable to our students, and it is deeply flawed. The district says these cuts need to be made, and I know mine is not the only school making these hard choices, but if the district really wants to be equitable, instead of providing slides about equity, they would require employees in the district office to visit schools regularly on a rotating schedule because schools need support daily in real time. Inefficiencies should be identified and cut first at the district level to make more money for budgets in schools. We are getting new students every single week. With the reduction of funding, it becomes harder for our students furthest behind and our students on the cusp to catch up. Cutting positions in schools is detrimental to student learning and minimizes student gains. District representatives should attend staff budget discussions in school buildings to really understand what these cuts do and the impact they have on the school community. We need more collaboration and transparency in this process. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mish Vicchio, and then Philip Gerard Montejo Thompson, followed by Lisa Alicio.
Good evening, Mish Vecchio, former special education teacher with Nova High School and currently proudly serving as the vice president for the Seattle Education Association. When I last gave testimony this past October, I asked for transparency and collaboration and laid out missed opportunities to adequately staff our schools in the hopes of preventing the disruption we previously experienced in all our future planning. Now, as we are in building budget season, we seem destined to make the same mistakes we made in the past year. The WSS Committee, a monthly committee established for joint planning, met only 3 times, and those meetings were used to inform us, PASS and SEA labor partners, of decisions that had already been made. Decisions including raising all secondary class sizes, cutting Running Start funding, and limiting options for mental health support staff. Our questions were not answered, and our concerns were not addressed. We could not advocate for proportionate equity dollar deductions and were not given the racial equity analysis that defended those across-the-board cuts to non-staff funding. There were no opportunities to discuss any changes made to the allocation formula. Now, buildings have been giving funded allocations with little explanation for the basis of student projections or clarity as to how the allocation model was developed. Special education staff are not given projections for their intensive pathways, and resource numbers appear underprojected again. Some schools have requested mitigation and received it, while others have been denied or do not know that this mitigation is even possible. This is a continued lack of transparency and communication. Tonight, we ask first to re-examine alternatives for balancing this budget, to restore funding to schools before we finalize budgets this March. If we do not invest in our schools and currently enrolled students today, we will never achieve our shared vision for the future of Seattle Public Schools. We also ask for a clearer mitigation process and to earmark funding for a potential and likely needed June adjustment. We know today that we will need to remedy staffing, funding, and projection concerns, and we believe we can avoid the disruption we saw in October if we begin to collaborate now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Philip Gerard Montejo Thompson. After Philip will be Lisa Alicio and then Vivian Van Gelder.
Hello, I'm Gerard, first grade teacher now at Highland Park Elementary. What I'm here to say, you've already heard. We need more staff. And I know what you're gonna say. There's no money, but there is. They're just not giving it to us. And I would beg the district that I don't feel like we're working together on getting the money. I know it's there somewhere. We can get it. And I would like to feel like we're working together towards reaching that money and making it available so that we can actually support these students, because they're not getting what they need. I'm not getting what I need. My coworkers aren't getting what they need. And we can't keep going this way. We can't wait for a lawsuit to decide to fix the problem. Let's be a little more proactive. So let's figure something out. Include us. Tell us what's happening. Tell us what we can tell you that you can tell other people so that they can give us the money. Please.
Next speaker is Lisa Alicio and then Vivian Van Gelder.
Hello, my name is Lisa Alicio, and I am an occupational therapy practitioner. A little history of OT. We help students who qualify, who need help with writing, self-regulation, organizational skills, sensory integration, and even basic self-care skills. These services, once identified, are federally mandated for our students, and our OT department has been chronically short-staffed. There are students who can't receive their full therapy minutes due to this, and now due to stated budget cuts, the district is threatening to displace OT, PT, and speech therapy assistants. Our entire team of 4 OTA practitioners is being displaced as we speak. Collectively, the 4 of us serve 13 different schools, 48 classrooms, and spend over 40,000 minutes a year with students. These students, over 90% of color, are especially vulnerable. They receive Medicaid, many of them, and the district is reimbursed for these minutes that we serve. And by displacing our OTA team, students will suffer, families will become frustrated, and established and successful SPED collaborations will be disassembled. Ultimately, the district will lose money while causing harm. We're asking for the district to reconsider and support special education by maintaining their current level of staffing and keeping their classified OTAs, PTAs, and speech-language pathologists. I urge the board and the superintendent to seek full funding from the legislature to ensure that this happens. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vivian Van Gelder.
Good evening, Directors and Superintendent Jones. I'm Vivian Van Gelder, Co-President of Seattle Council PTSA. PTA's mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. As a child advocacy organization, we appreciate your work in developing goals and guardrails for our district, giving us a clear North Star in the form of student outcomes and a roadmap for getting there. We are acutely aware that it has been an immense lift to bring us this far, and for this we are grateful. However, we also know that the most difficult part of this work has only begun, and that is the work of making these goals and guardrails a description of our system as it is, and not just of what we hope it could be. We know that our district does not yet serve all students. As we heard right here last week from the immensely courageous Rainier View community, egregious system failures are occurring, causing profound harm to our children. We are aware of many equally concerning instances like these. In our sprawling, decentralized, intensely siloed district, sometimes these harms are not visible to decision makers, and that is a problem. And sometimes they are visible and remain unaddressed, and that is also a problem. Our PTAs and families are asking us, how do we get from where we are now, where our children are repeatedly failed by fragmented systems and broken lines of responsibility and accountability, to where our system should be? And we do not know how to answer them. They want to know, how do we get ground level information to decision makers about where critical system failures are occurring so that they can be immediately addressed? And we do not know how to answer them. They want to know, as those closest to the problems, where can we bring our expertise and knowledge to the vital work of creating a system that uplifts our children? And we do not know how to answer them. Directors and Superintendent Jones, these are our children. We cannot not show up to do this work. Council and our PTA communities are ready to partner to build a system that puts our students at the center. Are you ready to partner with us?
The next speaker is Yana Parker. Is Yana or Jana Parker in the room? I'm not seeing any speakers remotely. Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker, James Parker.
Hi, everyone calls me Whitney. I'm a paraeducator at Franklin High School. I'm here to talk about safety. Monday after winter break, we started school with partial power. There were no lights in some classrooms, or in some hallways, or in the bathrooms, or in the stairs. There was no heat, no internet, no working elevator for our wheelchair users, and no cafeteria or nurse refrigerator that had power. But when our principal reached out to SPS about closing the school, he was denied. How was that not enough to close the school? It wasn't until there was a literal fire on the 3rd floor that school was canceled. The way these decisions are made needs to change. And since then, we have had more basic problems. 2 weeks ago, the boys' bathrooms on 2 different floors were broken. They've been broken since then. Our principal sent in a work order. We've received no word. How are bathrooms not a priority? It's clear that the budget cuts to the repairs have severely undermined the ability to have safe schools, and I yield the rest of my time to my colleague to talk further about this.
I'm Jonas Krim. I'm a teacher at Franklin High School as well. Just to second what Whitney was talking about, I teach newcomer students. All of my students talk about how beautiful Franklin is on the outside, but how it's a mess on the inside. These are students who recently arrived in our country and are very excited to be studying in SPS. There's a 10-foot pit outside the lunchroom that's a safety hazard for students. It took me 6 months to get a work order to fix a leaking sink in my classroom that was causing a mold problem that was giving students headaches. The bathrooms, the kids have to go all the way to the top floor to access. Physically, I would hope that the school could invest in the staff that we've all been talking about, but also in the maintenance staff and in the physical maintenance of our structures so that we can do our jobs as professionals. Thank you.
I'm going to go one more time through the names for folks we weren't able to hear from earlier. Kate Campbell. Is Kate Campbell in the room? Okay, moving on. Anthony Malachy. Anthony Malachy. And then finally, Yana Parker. Okay, I'm going to go to the wait list now. If you already had time seated to you, please just let us know because we won't go back to you. The first person on the wait list is Juniper Amundsen.
Hi, my name is Juniper. I am speaking on ensuring Interagency Recovery Academy stays open. I'm a youth health advocate and educator, and I was a student at Roosevelt High School from 2014 to 2019. In that time, I saw firsthand how harmful the drug culture was in a school without a focus on recovery and wellness. Every year I attended Roosevelt, people I knew and went to class with were overdosing at parties, hurting themselves or other people. The recovery school is a necessity in the community now more than ever. Youth have missed significant developmental opportunities from years of online school, and the culture around substance use among youth is now something entirely new. It's something none of us have ever seen before, and if SPS's core mission is to support students, all students, then the Recovery Academy is an essential part of that mission. The increased prevalence of isolation, depression, and suicidal ideation among high schoolers that we've seen in the last handful of years means that they're more susceptible to substance use disorder, and students who need that support are seldom able to find it in other schools. When I attended Roosevelt, our budget routinely overshadowed many other public schools in Seattle, and if any of that budget went toward building healthier relationships between students and substance use, I never saw any of it. But Roosevelt is in a wealthier and wider part of Seattle, and so the funding discrepancies were always brushed off as, well, it's always been that way. I know it has. Students and families and teachers know that it has. Many SPS students learn in Seattle schools the history of redlining and its legacy of funding discrepancies. But that isn't an excuse to uphold these systems. We can't change the past of SPS, but we are responsible for shaping its future, and the Recovery Academy is an integral part of that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Veronica Pugh. Veronica L. Pugh. Is Veronica in the room? Not seeing Veronica. Going to go to Allison Littman. Is Allison Littman stepping forward? No, Allison Littman. Okay, then Marshall Reed. Is Marshall Reed here? If your name was on the list and I called it and you're still here. Okay. President Rankin, that concludes today's testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to take chair's privilege and do a little preview of the legislative update because it's very relevant to a lot of you with us today, and I imagine you might not all be here at the end of the meeting. Although I really encourage you to stay for the fun of the budget work session. I was just in Washington, D.C. with the Council of Great City Schools, which is it was formed on the tail end of the civil rights era to advocate for students that attend urban school districts. It's a very longstanding organization, and as a member district, Dr. Jones and I both serve on the board of directors. It's a really unique organization that does have a superintendent and a board director represent each district on the board. We have 2 annual meetings. One is at the Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., which I was just at, and one is at the annual conference of Council of Great City Schools, which takes place in the fall. This year it will be in Dallas, and I hope that the majority, if not all, of our board will attend along with our superintendent and staff. And I'm sharing that because the experience that I had being there these past few days was really frustrating and also validating in ways that I wanted to share with those of you who came to speak about budget and other things. We have a lot in common with a lot of other urban school districts. A lot in common, a lot of shared challenges. We also have some challenges that are unique to us, and we're fortunate to not have some challenges that many of our colleagues serving students in urban districts do across the country. The shared challenges that we all have are in trying to address educational disparities. We're somewhat unique compared to other urban districts in that our city is segregated, so our schools are segregated. But the unique part of that is that our segregation is within our city. A lot of other urban school districts have the segregation being in the urban core and then in the suburbs, which we also have that. But we have a unique population that when you look at student achievement, we are a high-performing district because we are a high-performing district for white students who have what they need when they come to school. And we have more of those students than other urban districts, which is not to discount the work of educators for those students or families' participation, but it's a little bit of a falsehood to say, well, look at how much we are performing as compared to other urban districts, because if you look at Black and brown children, we're not outperforming anybody. The moment that we are in right now, that I'm going to ask those of you who said work with us to back that up with action, because the moment that we are in right now is going to require us all to get very uncomfortable with changing the ways that things have been happening in our district for decades. And if I know anything about people in Seattle, we are not super comfortable with change. We get you, I mean, and maybe it's not just Seattle, but it feels like a very Seattle thing to me. The fear of having something taken. I have seen and experienced as someone who grew up here actually keeps us from getting to great. And so we have the reality of the situation that we are in is we actually do have fully funded education. Education in our state is fully funded. The problem is the model that is fully funded is from 2009, and it's 2024. And we have 2024 needs that we are all desperately trying to meet with 2009 funding and allocations. So I try, and I feel it in myself, we're not talking about cuts, it's reductions because of enrollment. That may be technically true, it doesn't matter, because when you lose somebody at your school, it feels like a cut. We can come together around what our students really, really need. We're still a $1.2 billion district in one of the richest cities to have ever existed. And we don't care about our children collectively enough to lean into discomfort and also to demand that not just other people change, but we change. We are not going to do these hard things and get these things to our students that you are all asking for if we maintain what we have. Because what we have is built on decades of racism and dysfunction. And it's not what our kids need going forward. The national reality is we have a House at the national level that proposed a budget that would reduce Title I funding by 80%. So when we're talking about go find the money, we have to fight even to just have what we already have that we know is not enough. Nobody's giving out more money for schools. I talked to in Philadelphia, their counseling ratio is 1 to 600. And half their students go to school in buildings that are over 100 years old. That is unacceptable. This is the 21st century in the United States where everybody is supposed to be able to achieve, and we do not invest in our children. And so what I'm saying this for is we have, so this proposal to reduce Title I funds, while we are asking, hey, could the federal government meet their obligation to fully fund IDEA at the 40% that it said it would when it was first put into law? They're not going to. And if they did, they would take it out of Title I funding. I had somebody from the Department of Education say that to me directly. New money isn't happening. We have I just feel like maybe capitalism is not working as well as we were hoping that it would, just as a structure. So we have the wealth disparity is just growing and growing and growing and growing. Our schools are more segregated than they were in the civil rights era. So the context of the level of challenge is so much beyond this room, which is not to say that we don't all have a responsibility, but it's pretty bleak, if I'm being honest. And in a lot of ways, we're really fortunate in Washington and in Seattle. But just because it's better than it is some other places doesn't mean that that's enough. So the things that came up consistently from cities all across urban cities all across the country, mental health everybody is trying to figure out, our students are facing a mental health crisis, and our adults are too, and if they're not already on their own, they're absorbing one from their students. And we barely have enough funding to provide basic education, much less also pick up where there's no support for mental health and people can't access health care. Gun violence also, a lot of districts, we are all talking about how it's falling to school districts because it's impacting our students and our families, but it's not a school district issue, it's an everybody issue. And so, sorry, wasn't planning to say anything right now. So there is, nobody's coming to rescue us. It's on us together. It's on us together. And so I really appreciate when we hear directly the impacts of things that happen in our classes, and I really appreciate hearing how much people want to be part of the solution. And so my challenge to all of us is to remember that nobody's coming to save us, and that if we want to show up and do things differently for our kids, we are going to have to start with ourselves and reach out and come together around our children, because that is what they deserve. And that's the only way that we're going to make the change that we want and that they need. So thank you for coming, and please come back. And let's also come back together in different ways, because this is not really a conversation. And it's not designed to be. But I had a great experience today with the University Ballard Lions Club. These are all people who have lived in Seattle for decades, who don't have kids in the system anymore. And I showed them First Bell, and they just were like, we're in. How do we support you? What do we do? I think we get caught up in the fact that there are not as many kids in Seattle as there used to be. But the plus side is that means that there are so many in our city who don't have children of their own, who are there and ready to offer support and resources, and who want our kids to succeed. So my challenge to everybody is that we remember that we're not alone, and that also we're all we have, and that the way we're going to change this for our students is to be okay with getting uncomfortable when we know that it's going to lead us to better outcomes for our students. And so I thank you and ask you to partner with us and commit. I know everybody up here is very committed to, we're all here because we care about kids. And the more we can remember that and focus on what they need, and stop swirling around with problems that happen between adults, the better off we're all going to be. So thank you very much. Do we need a pause before we go into budget work session, or do we want to? All right. We're going to take, let's start the budget work session at 5:45. That's 7 minutes. Thank you. We have a budget work session today. Folks in the audience, let's make a weird sound. If you want to continue your conversations, please do, but please do it out in the hall so that we can hear each other and get on with the work session. Thank you. Superintendent Jones, take it away.
Thank you, everyone. And we have a budget work session. We're going to talk about 24-25. What are we doing to bring that to closure in terms of our strategies, our recommendations, and then we'll, at a later date, we'll get into 25-26. But right now, we're trying to talk about what is it that we are trying to propose going forward. And as we come here together tonight, we want to begin to address these budget challenges in a profound way. The goal is to ensure our system's success for years to come. And I want to start by providing some of my thoughts on where we have been, where we are today, and where we're going. So our overarching goal and my North Star, as you've heard me say, is to create a well-resourced school system where students thrive. These schools offer students, families, the adequate support, programs, and resources and inspiration they need to succeed. And I truly believe it's going to take all of us. I heard President Rankin talk about that in her comments a few minutes ago. Our SPS staff, our board, business, philanthropic community, elected officials, everyone is necessary to make sure that we're successful. And we need to be led by students, and students understand what their needs are, and we need to make sure that we're following their lead as well. And as a person who is a Seattle native, I know what we can do. And I'm committing to working with everyone in our system to make sure that we have this success. We do have work to do, but let's not forget that our system today is among the very best. We still are the very best. And when you start to look at us compared to other urban districts, we do have some areas that we shine. And but we continue to have this need to be better, and I get that, and it's always about continuous improvement. We've spent the last number of years on the defensive, navigating COVID, budget cuts, reductions in enrollment, persistent gaps in state funding and basic education, and more. And we have plenty of tough decisions to make in the coming months, and I believe we must face these challenges together. Now it's time to play offense. We've been on the defense too long. And I think there are 8 main things that we need to be focused on. One is balancing our budget for the next school year. We're obligated to do that. We need the support of our legislature to do that. We need to engage community teachers, students, and the board in a listening process around a vision for our well-resourced schools. We've heard people talk about that. We need to conduct a fiscal analysis and an enrollment analysis of how we can increase our numbers for years to come. We need to ensure a smooth transition to any changes that might be necessary with full community engagement. We need to increase the safety of every school that needs it. And we need to also institutionalize racial equity in all systems, programs, and services. And the last 2, we need to make the case for our success with the legislature in 2025, and we need to run a successful levy campaign in 2025. So there's a lot of things that we have in front of us, and my goal is by 2030, we have created enduring pathways that ensure every student thrives in a safe, sound, and innovative learning environment. So I'm an alum of Franklin High School, a father of a student that attended SPS, a son of a teacher in the Central District. I could not be more committed to the success of our schools. Look, I'm here for the journey and look forward to working together to ensure our system is successful for years to come. This is an inspirational charge that I'm trying to set forward as we go into this budget session. This is one of our tools, or one of our obligations, if you will, in trying to get ourselves set for funding our future. So with that said, we're going to roll out the planning that we're doing. We're talking about this from a perspective of let's get this done so that we can go into the next phase, and you'll hear me talk about us going on the offense. I think that's where we need to be. And it's challenging to be in a defensive posture all the time. Your legs get tired, and you can't hold the offense back. So now it's time for us to be able to do some things proactively to say, we have something to offer. We expect to be resourced properly, and I think we have to be active to go get that. And I think that would echo some of the sentiment that President Rankin said earlier. So with that said, let's look at the agenda. I just talked about funding our future. This is our how we've talked about this budgeting process for the last 2 years now. This isn't about us taking a backward step. This is about us thinking about how do we get our resources directed to the right things. We're going to talk about strategic goal alignment. How do we make sure that our resources are aligned with our strategic goals? We're going to talk a little bit about the background. Where were we? Where are we going? And then we'll recap a little bit around the fiscal stabilization plan. That was a resolution that the board approved. And then what are our future considerations? We do have a 25-26 opportunities, if you will, and we'll talk about those. And then community engagement, we'll share a little bit about our plans for that, and then next steps. And so I think this is number 10 of it's still number 6? Oh my goodness. No, it's number 6 of 13 engagements that we're gonna have around. I know, it feels like it. Next slide, please. One more. So you've seen these before, but it's good to remind us around what the goals and the principles are as we're moving forward. Three main things. We want to make sure, again, we're stabilizing our financial future to be able to fund our highest priorities. We want to resolve the long-term decades of structural deficit spending. We want to make sure through all this process, we're trying to be transparent to show fiscal stewardship and responsibility, prioritizing quality instruction and learning. And we assume that there's good faith efforts. We all share the same values around trying to create a condition where our students thrive. Teamwork, the board, superintendent, we're one team. This is our collective mission, our collective charge. And we want to be clear-eyed and transparent again around the challenge and the opportunities in front of us. And so I just want to remind us that this is how we started, and hopefully this is the way we'll finish. Next slide, please. So how are we going to do this? We are developing a comprehensive package. We are going to reduce our expenditures to a level of future sustainability. We're going to make sound choices to match our capacity, and we're going to continue to advocate to the legislature because that is our main source of revenue. Next slide. This is what I was talking about when I said we're 10 sessions in, but we're actually 6 sessions in, and we've had a lot of dialogue about where we are. Our main intent, again, is to make sure that this board and interested parties are seeing where we are along the process. Today, we're giving an update for 24-25, that process. And as you'll see, we're going to get to the end of this chutes and ladders, or this snake here in August of 28. And so we're about halfway through, and I think we're trending in the right direction. Next slide, please. So board policy 0060, that's new. We just wanted to make sure that we are giving you assurance that this is a policy that is guiding our work. It was a newly adopted policy recently, but we are making sure that we are trying to do long-term planning in compliance with state law, and to make sure that we're managing our risk, and that this is going to be aligned to the district's strategic plan. Next slide, please. So I'm going to ask an early question around, do you have questions, observations on the budget process to date? So this is number 6, and we're coming around the bend here, and I want to also ask you, what do you see as the policy implications for where we are in this stage of the fiscal stabilization plan? I just want to open it up briefly for you all to weigh in on this.
Director Top.
Yeah, so quick question. This is sort of the same line of questioning that I've had in the past. So, you know, we've rejiggered a little bit the May 8th and June 10th meetings for what on the timeline on the snake. What do you expect to come out for, or not what do you expect the recommendations to be, but when you say recommendations for a system of well-resourced schools, is that for the 25, 26, 27 years, and how is that different than, I guess, what's happening in June? Can you just give a little bit more clarity for what you think about what's going to happen in those two meetings, I guess, is the main
I'm going to ask
question.
Assistant Superintendent Buttleman to help me with this, but this particular session is really, here are the budget resolution items, the tools that were in the toolkit that the board approved for us to utilize to bring us to balance for 24-25. That's the intent of this meeting. The subsequent meetings that we have I think in May, we'll have the actual technical document, the F-195, what's going to populate the F-195 submittal to the state, which is required for us to actually balance the budget. But this is really just to give you all reassurance of, here are those 9 items or so that were approved in the fiscal stabilization plan. Dr. Buttleman, any additions to that for clarity?
No, I can just add that it turns the corner after April 3rd, and so April 3rd is kind of closing the shutters on the 24-25 discussions by and large, and then start to look towards the longer term view on May 8th as how the decisions made 24-5 start to inform decisions going forward is how I'm viewing sort of this timeline. So does that help?
It helps a little bit, I guess. Where I'm a little bit confused, and maybe as we go through the budget today, this upcoming budget, the 24-25, I think we kind of just eats around at the edges a little bit, and I thought the next sort of discussion on this well-resourced schools is how are we actually making some larger changes, and is that a preview happening on May 8th of what your thoughts are there, or am I misunderstanding in some way?
Well-resourced schools will be many items, and sometimes, frankly, people have confused that with school consolidation. But that's all of the different efforts that we need to take to get to as I described, this future state of 2030. And so a well-resourced school plan would be, what are all the requisite budgetary matters that we need to address? How do we position ourselves for the strategic plan moving? How do we look at that complementary to the levy that's coming up? So May 8th should look like all of the different moving pieces represented, at least in this context, in the budget. And colleagues, feel free to weigh in if there was a salient point I missed. Okay.
Did that? Okay.
All right, so this is Dr. Jarvis, I believe, going to speak to these next slides. One of the things I had a brief conversation with the board about is how are these resources aligned with our strategies? And so, Dr. Jarvis, if you can give some highlights around strategic goal alignment.
I can, and I think I can be brief. We have used the phrase in the past that while we're doing the budget cutting and trimming, we still look at a $1.2 billion school district and budget that in essence says we have to carefully plan what we do with that $1.2 billion, but we still have the resources to look at our assets, to align it with our goals. We won't have money for everything, but we will have money to do our strategic priorities. So in this case, the short version of the goal alignment is that you've not seen any reductions in what the board has previously identified as the strategic goals. We are continuing those dollar commitments in those areas. I think it begs the question that we will, as this strategic plan expires, and we commence on the next one, we're going to be in this middle ground of both continuing the alignment of what we have supported, beginning to lay the groundwork on the vision and values of what's ahead, and how do we direct those funds so that all of our actions, and I see you know, edging around that question, what's ahead for us in 25, 26, and 26, 27? All of that needs to be part of what is that vision, what are the values. Yes, we're going to have to carefully shepherd our resources, but the bottom line message here is that our strategic goals that have been identified continue to be funded. They have not been touched. They've been carefully protected. And while you see evidence of some of the allocations that are shifting because of decreased enrollment, the overall cuts within the schools, I believe, add up to about 1.2%, and they focus largely on one-time items rather than staffing wherever possible. So when you see the staffing reductions, those have been the reductions of the actual enrollment decline and the cost of that, not the cuts being made. So I think at that note, I'll either answer questions or hand it back to Dr. Jones.
Yeah, Dr. Jarvis, if you want to speak to the next 3 slides, that's third grade, 7th grade, and college and career readiness, if you'd like to highlight anything in there, please do.
I think mainly in the sense that you have been getting the regular reports, progress monitoring reports, to give the details. They've also included the dollar commitments on each one of those pages. So as you hear that 3rd grade reading goal and the 7th grade math, let me just concentrate on those two for a second as they're up. You will see that in fact the high quality standards, we can go through each of these bullet points, are in fact prioritized. They're working hard at that. We're continuing that staffing and that support, and attempting to deliver on those goals. I think I'll stop there because I know we've got a lot of work to do in the later part.
And then show college and career, and then we'll keep moving.
College and career is maybe that ultimate one of, are we succeeding as all of the efforts come together? And in terms of I think I'll generalize in a statement that by and large our high schools are not seeing the tremendous enrollment loss that we're seeing at the elementary. So the college and career in many ways are able to move forward without even quite as much anxiety. Doesn't mean there isn't anxiety, but it's not based on the sudden enrollment loss or the loss over the last 5 years. So we are seeing success. This is one of the 3s where you've seen the progress monitoring report success, and we are continuing to fund for that success.
Next slide, please. And so I know this is a desire of the board to make sure that we continue to show alignment with how our investments. What are your thoughts on how we can make sure that we can express that clearer and give you all more assurance that we are planning our budgeting to make sure that we're supporting our priorities? Anything that you all need to see or like to see to put an exclamation point by that?
Can I go? Bet. So first, I'll just thank you for asking the question, because I think this will be a critical component in communicating how the decisions that we're making here actually translate to the goals that we have exposed our community to, and that are becoming a regular part of the vernacular that we see even as early as tonight in public comment. I would like to see a really clear connection between the goals that we've set out and the line items that are impacting that goal, and in what way, right? So, and I think community would really benefit from that as well. For example, if we're utilizing our 3rd grade reading as just an example, I want to see, okay, show me how much we're spending on curriculum or whatever the case may be. Show me how much we're spending on professional development. Show me how are we connecting this to the dollars that are being spent on staffing across all of the different portfolios and whatnot, and show me how, in addition to that, give me a paragraph or something to show me how the culmination of all these efforts we believe will result in the goal that we've set for our children, right? I think that this is going to be new territory for us just because we very seldomly made a very clear connection between how the money that we're spending actually sees a return on investment in our children's, academic outcomes as one facet of this question, right? And I think that for us, as we are communicating the vision and values to you, the way that you communicate that back to us is showing how are those things being funded in the budget, and how do you feel confident that that level of funding is going to yield the results that the community has communicated to us, right? And I think that that's a really nuanced way to have a two-way communication, but it's going to equip us, quite frankly, as board directors when we go out and have conversations with community about because the question that we get often is how do you know that the amount of money that you're spending on this is actually going to get you to where you're going? I think the reality of that is that we need y'all to tell us that, or at least give us kind of the breakdown in how that calculus is happening in terms of the investment that you're making toward the goals. So that would be super helpful. And just, I've had this conversation in different capacities with Dr. Jones, but even as a starting point, this can develop over time. I don't think that necessarily requires you to change the way that you are presenting the information, but rather, as an addendum, give us a one-pager that says, okay, here is goal number 1, here's goal number 2, and here's goal number 3. For each of those, this is a pullout from the bigger budget document that aligns directly to each of those goals, and then a little bit of, like I said, a summary of how that money that we are spending will help us reach that. That is important for a couple of things for me. First, it shows me, in context to the rest of the budget, how much are we actually spending on our goals, right? Because that's going to be a very clear value statement for us. And then second, I think that it also shows us, in regard to the individual goals themselves, where are we putting the most investment, and does that make the most sense? Because if we are saying that our third grade literacy goal is the foundation of all that, right, because it impacts how well students can read math problems, and math impacts college and career readiness as well as literacy, then to me, that means that we should be spending more on third grade literacy as opposed to the others in that kind of headspace that I'm talking about, right? So I know that that was a lot, but just a really clear connection between the money that we're spending on the goals. How do we know that those are actually getting us toward, or the rationale rather, of how they are getting us toward our desired outcomes, and then contextualizing that against the budget and then against each of the other goals.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Director Cronborough.
Yeah. So for me, my question's more sometimes in language and language that's being used. And what I seek to understand and want to see more of is a more direct layout of, specifically I'm thinking of this section of college and career readiness, this bullet point that says SPS is promoting success in advanced courses by helping high school educators promote joyful, culturally responsive classrooms and deliver supports for students with IEPs and multilingual learners. Sorry, my words are kind of leaving me, but what I want to see and what would be helpful to me when it comes to transparency is to see this is exactly where the money is going, and this is how it's giving teachers resources to create those joyful, culturally responsive spaces, because it's difficult for me to understand or contextualize that kind of information that we see here with the kind of feedback that I get from teachers and community members at the school that I'm in and at schools around the district, when I'm not really seeing exactly, when through what I'm provided, I'm not really seeing how exactly the money is being spent to meet those goals. I'm just seeing this language, and it sounds really great, but I just want to see more. And I think that's going to be super helpful for community dialogue, is upfront, showing more, talking more, being more specific. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Director Briggs?
If you had something to say, President Rankin, I don't need to butt in line. I'm just indicating that I have something to say.
I have provided the floor to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess my question, and this is, I mean, it's not unrelated to what's already been said here, but it looks like, so these numbers that are attached to the goals, that's how much we're spending, basically. So the grand total is like 8.3 million that we're spending on our goals?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, that just seems really low to me. But I guess that's where it would be helpful to have a little bit more context for, like, this is why we don't need to spend more than 8.3. Yeah, that's.
So, kind of connecting what the last two directors just said. I mean, I think this sounds weird to me.
It sounds fine.
We're bumping up against what I was talking about in terms of discomfort. So really our budget for achieving our goals should be $1.2 billion. Every dollar needs to be towards supporting progress towards our goals. The discomfort part is most of that budget pays for people. And we are very used to talking about people in terms of FTE and what one school has and one school doesn't, or we lost this FTE, or we're whatever. That actually doesn't mean anything connected to students. So I heard at least one person giving testimony talk about connecting resources to student need, and I know we've talked about that before with, staffing to student need. We've talked about that with special education. We have ratios that don't take into account the wide range of needs that an individual student has. And our formula now says, well, you get 3 people for this many IEPs, good luck. Instead of this many IEPs requires this much support in order to actually implement them all, and then doing that. So I know it's the weighted staffing standard now. It used to be the weighted student standard. These are all just different ways that different districts call it all kinds of things, but it's all ways that districts figure out how to send money out to buildings. What I want to see is where we have students with higher needs in reading, we should see more staff that support reading at that school. But right now, we have a WSS that says, well, you have this many kids, you get this much staff. That's the budget alignment that I want to see, but that's actually less about tell me how you are showing how your investments align with your goals, and more about saying, I think we should think about investments in a completely different way, which I know, I know we're just about to launch into a new strategic plan. So this is kind of this will be the last year under the current strategic plan, of which measurable goals only came into it partway. We're in a system of transition, certainly. What I really want to see, and part of the leaning into discomfort, is, are we willing to actually say, hey, 3rd grade reading is a priority. When we talk about budget allocations, we're not just talking about this program or this service. We're talking about realigning staff with ensuring that 3rd graders can read at grade level. And that means that not every school and not every kid is going to need the same FTE. But we're not going to make progress on our goals, and we're not going to close gaps if we don't make changes. Which I know is not for the 24-25 school year, but how are we thinking about that the 8 point whatever million dollars is not, well, let's see how far we can get on our goals with this little pot of money, but actually like that our entire system's existence is to make progress on these goals for our students. That's the whole reason that we're here. Director Top.
So, I think thank you to staff. I think this is sort of what we were asking for from this next step is some numbers that align with our goals. I just have a very quick clarifying question. So these numbers are for our priority schools. So our 13 schools, our 6 schools, and I'm not sure how many schools are in the college and career readiness category. I should. And you, Dr. Jarvis, you said there's no cuts in this coming year's budget, and that's for the priority schools in these areas?
It's really continuing the same plan that we have been directing. So we didn't change. We are, as you heard in those latest reports, the plan would be to scale up and move beyond the 6 schools and the 13 schools, and that is in the plan. But that's right now we have not changed the plan. I think that's the basic message.
So so I guess then my question, you kind of hit on it, is, our goal is to scale up past these numbers in our next budget, or in the budget we're discussing tonight. These numbers should be higher? I don't know.
I get where you're
Yeah.
where you're going, and I think the strategy will dictate it. As we've learned from these 6 schools and the 13 schools, we're going to try to pull out our learnings, and that might make us more efficient. It may cost less if we've learned how to. I don't know, but I think right now how we're budgeted, it's a continuance of that, and then we're going to pull back on the focus for the 6 and the 13, and just really try to see what are those learnings that we had, how much do they cost to redistribute those back to the system. So we're talking about the targeted, and then we want to move it to the universal. I don't know if there's a proportionate cost. Like if we go from 13 to 64, does that mean it's going to cost, 4 times as much? I don't think so. And so I think we need to look at that from a strategy perspective. Dr. Jarvis, if you have any comments on kind of the strategic run up to that, please do.
Well, 2 comments. One is Dr. Jones is very persistent in saying he has to know the why. And if I can just parrot that for a second, what you're really putting on the table is part of the why of why it isn't just a budget deficit that we're working on and it's the stabilization of the budget that gives us, not only moves us away from having to constantly cut and shave, but gives us the resource to move in the very directions that we want. So the direction is very clear on going to the universal. The direction for not at all abandoning our 3rd grade reading, but at the same time moving to the broader spectrum of all kids and the successes that we're having in Seattle and building on those successes, but not jeopardizing it by having less resources every year, but rather smarter use of the resources. So I'm just going back to that. The very first piece is the why. The second piece is that, and this one could derail our timeline forever if Dr. Jones and I get combined on this, but that's looking down the road at what we're trying to create. What are we trying to create in terms of what really is a thriving school? What really is not just a phrase, well-resourced, but a school that serves multi-tiers in reality, that has an entire spectrum of students that are served from whatever their needs, if it's wellness, if it's the support for reading, if it's additional special education, if it's full-scale tutoring and before school, after school care in order to make it work. that's what we're trying to get to. And the stress, I guess, that we're suffering right now is we're simply having to cut the budget without getting any necessary benefit from it other than just trying to stay alive. We know there are inefficiencies in the system in the way we're aligned, and we're going to have to look at that in order to get to the very goals that we're talking about. So I was trying really hard to just stay in line. Now I'm jumping, and I can go there for a long time, because I think the reality is, again, for many reasons, Seattle Public Schools can, and will be the lighthouse district, the district that can demonstrate everything, whether it's AI or universally teaching it, and along the way to definitely not lose sight of something of our students that need the most help, that have somehow not benefited in the past from that, so that's the highest priority. But it's one of the places that helps take all children to where we're going. That's within our reach, and that's there. We're looking at this major shift, if you will, coming out of the COVID era, coming out of a new funding system at the state, coming out of the declining enrollment, and saying, this is what we're going to work towards. So I apologize for getting pontificating here, but trying to set the vision and the goal, which is very much where, if I may just tease my colleague down on the other end there, he is very insistent that why not get lost, and that is the reason we're making these hard choices. So thank you. Sorry, Beverly. I tried hard.
All right, so thank you. Took a lot of notes, and let me just summarize a couple things. You want to see a clear connection to my phrase, the why. You want to see what's going to culminate in these efforts. I see that's a return on investment. You want to see some one-pagers that articulate alignment. You want to make sure that that we have specifics where the money is going in order to contextualize, and want to really make sure it's connected to staffing where the student needs are greatest. If I missed something, let me know later, but that's how I interpreted your wisdom. Okay, let's move on. We're going to talk a little bit about background, and we'll kind of move quickly through this. Again, context setting, and Dr. Buttleman, I believe you're up on this.
I think so. Thank you. Just a quick slide. This is from last year's budget book. The $1.2 billion has been mentioned a couple times already, so just giving context for the discussion today around the reductions that will be proposed for the 24-5 budget. Today we're focusing on those changes, the significant changes. In the meetings coming up, May, June, and July, they'll be focused on the entire budget, so graphics like this will be available at that time once all the information is in the system. Just to Director Hersey and Barone's questions around sort of tying the goals to the budget, just a macro level look here is 73% of the spending of that 1.17 billion is in teaching or teaching supports. And so just try to highlight those things. It's a good learning for all of us to continue to highlight those things as we go on. There's not just $8.3 million for these initiatives, but 73% of our funding is now going, or $855 million is going to teaching and teaching supports. So just context there. We've seen this before. Dr. Jarvis shared a little bit about that. Our deficit is 104 to 111, so that number's slightly different than what we've talked about before. There have been some cost increases, some more special ed needs this year. There's been inflationary increases, and so we won't know the specific answer to the exact 104 to 111 until a couple months from now when the dust starts to settle, but it will be in that range, and so that's what we're putting sort of forward in terms of how we're trying to balance the budget. And as we've talked before, state funding is deficient for a school district that serves kids in the way that Seattle children deserve to be served. Our enrollment is down about 5,000 students over the last 4 years, and then some of the changes in funding, the McCleary decision, the lack of ESSER funding, some of our system inefficiencies that resulted as we came out of the pandemic, and the staff that are needed. As enrollment has declined, we've had more staffing growth as enrollment has declined.
Dr. Buttleman, I just want to add something to that in 2015, SPS had 98 schools, and we now have 106. So schools have also increased as the number of students has decreased.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Another piece of background, just a reminder, I think Dr. Jones touched on this, but last year there was $131 million in reductions that were made to the Seattle Public Schools budget. So just some context for that. Much of that first half, the $69 million, was in the rainy day fund, utilizing that as a one-time problem or solving one-time solution. There were some reductions in contingencies there as well. And so we're getting to the point now where we're running out of one-time solutions. So in response to the board's direction to continue to seek those ongoing solutions, that we're trying to lean more into that in the 23 or 24-5 budget that we're proposing today. And I don't know if Fred or Dr. Jones want to say anything about this part. You were here and I wasn't.
Thank you. Holding a mic would tax my ability to multitask. I guess I would, and this is not my usual posture, but like to take a glass half full view of this slide, and the arc that we're on is we're getting better at finding sustainable solutions. So we're going to talk about, and to Director Topp's question about where are we going next with these next work sessions is really about the future. We've talked a lot about the need for multi-year planning. So this gap, we solved a $131 million problem last year. It's 104 to 111 this year. It's spoiler alert, there's still a problem the year after that, but it's 50 to 75 because we're getting better at making sustainable changes, system changes that you can't do a year at a time. That Director Hersey noted at your last meeting that, hey, some of these situations we built up over time, they're going to take time to solve. So we're, really getting geared up, for bigger system changes that take time that we can't. And in the past, to a fault, we solved these problems annually and then came up with a different set of solutions the following year instead of taking a long arc. And some of those things take more than a year to do. So you'll see some things in this presentation. You'll see some things over the next two presentations that are more about system level changes that are sustainable. So we're making sustained progress with this problem, but there's still a lot of work to do. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Jones? Because I have a couple. So if we could go to the next slide, just say a couple things about enrollment. We've talked about that a lot. That we've lost, our enrollment has declined. The number is a little better than that this with our latest counts, but still we've lost 4,900 students since 2019, and our forecasts, we work with our team and other demographic consultants, and we don't really see anything that gives us any confidence that these numbers are going to spike up significantly, at least structurally. So again, we have to make a long-range plan that is, going to take to account larger demographic trends that are going on everywhere. In that same time period, King County overall has lost 14,000 enrollment. Public school K-12 enrollment has reduced about 14,000 students. So we present a big piece of that, but this is happening to many, many districts. There's some gains and declines depending on how urban or suburban districts are as housing and demographics change. But this is something we really have to think about. And then Director Rankin just made this point about how many schools we can sustain, and we have about half the students and pretty much all the buildings that we used to have. And so, we just have to think about where we want to prioritize between the various resources we have. People and buildings and infrastructure are two big categories of expenses. So what is the give and take between those two priorities is really our problem to solve. 4,900 students, a decline of that size is about 14 of our average size elementary or K-8s. And so, whole neighborhoods of schools have disappeared in just a very few number of years. If we could go to the next slide. So this is our optimistic, flat, and pessimistic forecasts over the next 10 years. The middle one looks about right, that we're kind of facing flat circumstances. The key features that we look at are kind of housing and real estate and the permitting pipeline. How much housing stock is there going to be? How much of that is really affordable, family ready housing? And there are a lot of building permits. There's a lot of construction going on in Seattle. There are a lot of one-bedroom and studio apartments being permitted, and that's kind of the housing stock we expect to grow. We look at births and birth rates, which took a fairly steep decline in the last few years in King County. We're hoping, and I think people were hoping for, a post-COVID bump that has not shown up, and kindergarten enrollments for us and public school districts around the county are not seeing, optimistic numbers going forward, and that kind of ripples through the whole system. So we have to have a long-range plan for this. And then kind of migration. Are people moving into the city, out of the city, into the suburbs, into our local, that's how we build these forecasts. We work with consultants that work here and with other districts, and I think we're all expecting pretty much the same trends. Again, some suburban districts have reason to be a little more optimistic than we do, but there aren't any big outliers in these numbers. And I think I turn it back to Dr. Buttleman.
Will you skip to 21, please, and keep going real quick
Okay.
on.
You want to go to legislative or?
Yeah, I'll just go to 21 just to connect the dots.
Okay. Enrollment study. All right. Much has been said regarding
21, please.
To slide 21, yes. Much has been said regarding our legislative session. One of the pieces that we did receive from our legislative partners, I'm calling them partners projecting, we're working together on our funding, is money to do, or some funding to conduct an enrollment study. $100,000 to conduct the enrollment study of and examine where students may have gone, and then a plan to see what we can do in terms of increasing that enrollment. So while we're planning on one hand, we're also planning on another and making sure that we're covering all bases.
And now go backwards one, please, to 21. Excuse me, 20. All right, go ahead, Bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Continuing our legislative impact. Again, much has been said tonight regarding legislative efforts. We went into the short session with tempered expectations. So we were pleasantly surprised with some of the outcome. As you're looking at the screen, you can certainly see that we had some key investments from our legislature in terms of our material supplies and operating costs, also known as MSOCs, paraeducators and special education, resulting in about $7.6 million in additional funding for our schools. Again, a note to our enrollment study. And then also that we have $5.6 million in capital funding for Whittier Elementary's roof. That is a yay for us. But the entire goal, and we thank certainly the partnership from our delegation, our legislature. The goal in any of this is, again, to see, is particularly with the enrollment study, making sure that we have those well-resourced schools where students can thrive. We also promised the delegation that we would be back. We also promised them that we would be back together. So, thank you.
Now to slide 22, and I'm just going to let President Rankin run with this a little bit. We got excited when we saw this because we knew she'd be able to speak powerfully to this. Do you want to tee this up?
Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, may have missed it. This was in a packet a few weeks ago when we had a really long meeting, and I said, oh yeah, and there's a legislative report in the slides. This was one of them. So this is belies the fact that, but our state has increased funding in public education. The dollars have certainly gone up, but so have costs, and so has inflation. And so the purchasing power, the value of those dollars, has declined. So the overall investment in K-12 education in Washington State is less than it has been. It hit a peak, as you can see, around 2018, 2019. That was a little bit after McCleary. Here's the other thing about McCleary, is that it helped bring up educator salaries for a lot of districts that had not been able to keep up with the cost of living around our district. And here's the connection also to enrollment and housing. The way the legislature paid for McCleary was, instead of increasing state revenue, they did a kind of a magic trick where they actually did a local levy increase on King County and called that state revenue. Typically, state revenue is property tax, but it's across the whole state. It's sales tax. In other states, it's income tax. We're one of only like 4 states that don't have an income tax, I think. And something we can talk about another time, and I can show you slides on, is a study about equity versus adequacy of different sources of revenue for education. And it's because it's not just about the number of dollars and where they go. It actually really matters where they come from. And if you property tax is a little bit more stable, but it's less equitable, and it will never be adequate to cover the costs of providing services that a government needs to provide. Income tax can be more volatile. So in terms of stability for the government, that's why, kind of like any kind of investment, you want to have a diversification. You don't want to have everything relying on one source. So income tax is good for adequacy. And depending on how it's implemented, it can be good for equity, or it could be unequitable if it's like a flat rate. But basically, our structure cannot ever be adequate because of the way that the revenues are collected. The other thing that happened during McCleary that has led to some of our issues is, so the state Supreme Court said you have to fully fund education. So they said, okay, we will. But like I said earlier, it's a 2009 funding model that hasn't been adjusted. When it was adopted, it was supposed to be 2 parts: the baseline formula and continual adjustment and updates. That part never happened. So we just have the baseline. We also have a 2014 ballot initiative that was approved by voters to lower class size, that when it's approved by voters in Washington State, that's law. It has never been funded. So you've got all these kind of, vague, like, oh, sure, and then there's so many reasons for why that is the way it is, and none of them are really good ones. So the state Supreme Court said with McCleary, you guys have to fully fund. So they said, okay, we will. We'll do it by taxing additional tax on King County. And then they took another step, which wasn't required by the state Supreme Court, which was to say, well, now that we're using more of these local dollars as state dollars to be equitable, we should limit the amount of local dollars that districts can raise. And so they put a cap on, our voters actually authorize us to collect more money locally for our local levies than the state will allow us to use. So it was a double. They said, yeah, we're going to tax you more in King County. We're also going to limit how many tax dollars you can keep locally to make up for the fact that we're still not funding public education fully. But we're going to do it all on property taxes, so people who are low income, people who are fixed income will not be able to afford to live in your city anymore, and your enrollment will go down. I mean, that's, so these are all, they're all connected. And we've made more investments in education, it's just not true. And even as just a small example, part of that MSOC amount, that's another amount that has never been, or not for a long time, been increased, hasn't kept up with inflation. Part of one of those costs that we have as a district is insurance. That's a cost that we have to pay. Right? We can't say, oh, we won't do insurance this year. We won't insure ourselves. In the year 2020, our insurance costs were Kurt probably knows, $2 million. This year they're $7 million. So it has more than tripled. And the allocation from the state hasn't changed. And then they say, oh, but we've made all these more investments, you shouldn't have any issues. I mean, and that's just a tiny example of something that is an amount we have to spend that has tripled, that because it's not funded, it comes out of dollars that could otherwise be going into the classroom. So
next slide, and I think this is going to segue really well. So thank you, President Rankin. And to continue those thoughts, how can we continue to collaborate with the legislature? Do you have thoughts about how to achieve some of those things? And we may not have time to go deep right now, but however, I want to open it up to get your all's feedback around what can we start to do, please.
Yeah, I think oh, sorry, can I? Go ahead. Okay, lit. I think a big thing that would be helpful for me is to have our lobbyist here to talk about like what are the actual barriers that exist, right? We have a fantastic liaison, but our liaison is not there every day, and we are also paying a lobbyist to be there every day, right? So I think that like having context around and being very clear around what are the obstacles that exist in terms of advocacy would be super dope. I think the other piece there is that like we hear a lot about partnering with teachers and community, and we legitimately cannot do that, correct? Like we cannot direct like folks to advocate for a specific thing.
we can, and this happened in DC too with some folks from Bernie Sanders' office and a couple other offices saying, well, we can't tell you how to advocate, but we can, because we were asking like,
right,
what do we need to do? What lever do we need to pull? And they're
right,
like, we can't tell you that. So it's not to Seattle or Washington as a whole. If you work for an entity, you can't tell people, psst, here's what you should try to make us do. So we can provide information.
Yep.
And we can certainly say, oh, well, we are going to, and that's why we do a legislative platform.
Yep.
And I, try to share with like Seattle Council, PTSA, different things, and SEA, like, here's what we're watching this week kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we can collaborate in a sense of shared information and shared priorities, but we can't be like, hey guys, we got a bus, everybody,
right,
come on and let's go. We can't do that.
Right. And so like, let me just make this super clear that like, if you feel as though the deck is stacked against us, it's literally because it is. And unfortunately, the losers in this situation are the state's children, right? And I want to be super clear. This is not just a Seattle problem. It's a state problem. I think that it is also going to require a coalition-based solution, right? Mm-hmm. Seattle is a bastion in so many ways. And like as a person who has arrived here within, the last decade, being able to look at this from not necessarily an outsider's perspective, but a perspective of a person who, like 2/3 of King County is a transplant, this is a really messed up situation that we're not experiencing in a lot of other parts of the country. So when we are having the conversation of like, how do we engage with our legislature? Are we good? I'm sorry. Okay. When we ask this question of how do we engage with the legislature, I think, my question is like, what do we need to do to level the playing field? B, I think that it's highly problematic that like we are in a position to where, because we are Seattle, we spend so much money on things that are different, right? Transportation costs, like our teachers are literally like struggling to find housing. Even MFTE apartments are unaffordable for most people by the time they actually get in them, let alone families. I think that the other piece that I'm concerned about, or like when I think about like how do we collaborate with the legislature, is like we inherit a lot of baggage when we step into these roles. I hear so much about stuff that went down before I even lived here. And it's like, the reason I bring that up is not to be petty, but to be like really real with the situation. It's like, it's almost like a prerequisite to hate Seattle Public Schools as a member of the legislature. It's almost a prerequisite. And the way that I hear like a lot of folks in Olympia talk about SEA as well is trash. You know what I'm saying? So I am really wondering, what is it going to take for us to break past that? But that unfortunately is not something that we can do exclusively, right? Our Seattle delegation is great. We have definitely made immense inroads into like building better partnerships, showing that we're good stewards of our money or whatnot. But I do think that there needs to be a come to whatever higher power you subscribe conversation that is brass tacks. It's like, look, I didn't make a lot of the decisions that y'all are upset about. Y'all also didn't vote on them, half of y'all that are in the legislature, given the turnover. So like, why are we inheriting all of this like he said, she said baggage and drama from 10, 15 decades ago? Because it's 10, 15 decades, 10, 15 years ago. Because another big piece of this is that like, I think that's just a scapegoat for people not knowing how to solve the problem. And it's a big problem, admittedly, and I don't know like how much hubris we can have on our end to just say like, hey, like this is, like we get it, this is a big problem, but it's also not easy enough to say that, oh, the district or Seattle Public Schools, because it's like that's so amorphous that everybody escapes blame from that, because it's not on the superintendent, it's not on educators, it's not on the school board, no matter how much folks want to say as dysfunctional as we have been. I think that it's also really telling that no one can tell us exactly why there's such an amount of disdain, other than the fact that it's more expensive to do school the way that we've opted to do it. So that would be my question to Cliff. If we could get him at one of these, I think that question would be better posed when he's at the table, to really give us a brass tacks indication of like, what is it that we need to do? Who do we need to apologize to at this phase? Because it's like, there's no more like building collaboration or like relationship mending that we can do. We're out of money. And like the reality of that situation is that like, we are going to be in a place to where we're going to have to make some really tough calls. And by tough calls, that means buildings may have to close, unfortunately, based on what we're seeing here. I really don't want to see that happen, but like, let's call the situation is what it is. Like, folks are going to be, not even folks, children's educational like experiences are going to be vastly disrupted because of baggage that we have inherited. And that is untenable and unacceptable. And I think that is the conversation that I'm really interested in having as a board and as an individual. And so like, I want to know, how can we prompt that up so that, because before we even get, and I know I'm like riffing at this point, I'm just like heated about this, because it's like, this is by design. They want our educators and our families to come tell us this here so that we are the blockade for going to Olympia. You know what I'm saying? Knowing full well that we have no revenue generating mechanism as a school district. We get an allowance, for lack of a better word, you know?
Yeah.
And like, when the money's gone, the money's gone. And I just want everybody to be on the same page about like the reality of that situation. And because it's frustrating to be in a position to where like, I agree, we have to pay for things. Things are important. And the fact that like folks are doing without right now is challenging. The fact that like folks are going to be experiencing cuts and loss is challenging. At the same time, I can't print money. And I wish that there's only so many cuts we can make from central office. There's only so many cuts that we could even make throughout our district, right? I want to know, what do we need to do to get to the root of this problem? And if it's not possible, somebody needs to tell me that so that we can figure out a different solution and just call it what it is. Because just pretending that we are going to go to Olympia next session and this is going to be fixed, it's not. It's not. And I just want to be super real with folks. That is not a tenable option. We might get something. We might pull $7 million out of a hat. Dope. Great. But that's not going to plug our structural deficit. And like, we will not be able to deliver services in the way that we are delivering them right now. That's just not going to happen. And that is the conversation I'm trying to have.
That's like a standing ovation. Yes, absolutely.
A little bit of good-ish news on that is some of the things that we really need to do are things that we are doing, which is showing that we can make hard decisions and that we're being serious about examining where we haven't been as efficient, or really saying, okay, yeah, this was a choice, heard, we can make a different choice, got it. The more that we can share with legislators, and they have been very responsive to, and OSPI, I happened to run into Chris Reichdahl on the way out of Patty Murray's office. We were both like, what are you doing here? But I was talking to him about our budget and what I had talked to the senator's office about, and he was just like really encouraging about what he was hearing, and the thing that he said too is, and you have a superintendent who's on board with you, and you guys are working together. And I was like, oh, that's new. So us modeling also that I think there's a long history of either not hearing from Seattle or hearing from Seattle, we just need more money. Yeah. And so saying, here are the ways in which this impacts our students. Here are the goals that we share with the goals of the state. And here are the ways that we are unable to do this. That strategy worked really well last session with special education funding. Was it as much as we need? No, it wasn't. But it was a lot. And that was a lot of people, families, school board directors, educators saying the same thing. Saying, listen, this is our deficit. That was also from not only just Seattle, but from around the state. We collaborated in WASDA and collected our information together and said, look, here are, like, it's not just this district or that district or these 4 districts. Here's the level of deficit that everybody has right now. And here is the reality of the number of students we're trying to serve. That made a difference. So I think continuing to work across the state, so that it's not just Seattle, is really important, and contextualizing our challenges, because other districts are having, there are smaller numbers, but proportionately they're having they're talking about. I was talking to a school board director from North Shore who was like, well, I got to go now. I got to go get yelled at about how I don't want kids to have music. Because one of the areas that they were going to make a reduction was in instrumental music. They had a certain number of grades who accessed it, and they of all the changes that they didn't want to make, this was one of the ones they decided they could make, which was to reduce instrumental music for 1 grade. Of course, people are going to be upset about that. She doesn't want to make that decision. But that's what everybody is grappling with. So the more we can continue in that vein of not just saying, you need a fully funded education, but to say, hi, I'm here as a representative, of this, or with these students, or with, these needs, and this is what underfunding actually looks like. This is what we need you to do. But to your point, Brandon, not only is there a hold on of past baggage, there's also, for representatives, they have to run every 2 years. And the prototypical school funding model in 2009 was a huge project. And it's going to take a lot to push people who only get 2 years to be willing to dig into that, but they're the only ones that can do it. So somebody's got to be willing to take on the long-term hard work at the state level, the way everyone at this table and around us has embraced getting really serious and making these hard changes, even if we're mad about it or we don't want to. Like, we're going to have to, keep that pressure on, because as Brandon said, it's not about just asking.
Right.
Like, we've been asking, and there's not going to be like the one last magic ask that, oh, that person said it in just the right way, we're going to fund it. It's we have to stop imagining that this is easy and we just haven't been doing it right, because it's actually really hard, and a lot of people have been working very hard for a long time. We just have to kind of show our we have to be able to show our work.
Yep. And to that point, like, I want to paint the context that for legislators, what they are also looking at the fact is that we spend, if I'm not mistaken, right at 50 or above 50% of the state's budget on K-12.
So we used to, but in that slide, it has declined to 43%.
That's still a lot.
It's still a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's actually a lot of money that a lot more taxpayers should care about.
Right.
Because school board directors collectively, we're responsible for half the state's budget.
Right. Unpaid. And so, like, the reason that I bring that up is the fact that, like, we are already spending a very large amount of the state's budget on education. And I think why student outcomes is so important is that we don't really have a ton to show for it. The amount of money that we spend on our education system, for the ranking that our state wholesale is in comparison to other states, is misaligned. And so we have to be able to show, okay, at Seattle Public Schools, we are trying to inextricably link, that's why these conversations on our budget are so important, what our students know and are able to do and the outcomes that they're getting, to the amount of money that we are spending to ensure that they have whatever option in life they want when they leave our care. I think that in the long term, that is the solution to being very clear, not only at a city level, but at a state level, of how do we justify the amount of money that we are spending on public education. Because if we're not getting the outcomes that match the investment, let alone seeing a return on that investment, how can we as a district continue to justify the amount of money that we're spending? So, like, that is just a really roundabout way of saying we are trying, and how do we communicate that? And that goes back to this question: how do we communicate our shared vision and understanding of how we are trying to augment our system to show those outcomes and link them to our budgets, to our legislators in a way that paints a picture of where we are trying to head that could potentially be beneficial for the entire state if we are having the conversation in the right way.
100%. And not only the state, I will say the entire Pacific Northwest region. What I heard multiple times in DC was, oh, Seattle, you're here. Because they have not seen us for a while. And somebody did actually say, like, it's not just that you're the largest district in the state, you're the largest district in the Pacific Northwest.
5-state area.
And if you're not here, so that was like oh my gosh, it's not just that's an opportunity for us. It's actually, to me, an obligation on behalf of many more school districts that we're present in those conversations to say, look, here's what's happening in our part of the country, and here's what our students need. Some of them are the same as yours, but it's really a linking of arms across the country to connect what you were just saying too about being able to show our work. That connects to your question about what can we do to further show alignment. That's for us, but also so that we can say, look, legislature, here are the changes that we made, and here are the outcomes that we got because of those changes. And if you continue to support, we can continue to do these things, and this is the investment that we need in order to do it. We've shown we can do it. We're not just saying, hey, we don't have enough money. We're showing our work.
I feel like we need to let that breathe for a second. That's powerful, and I'd be lying to you if I had a good transition to this next part of the, because then we're gonna get to the unfun part. But we do want to show what we're planning to do, and go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, I can say something a little bit unfun.
Yes.
Because the rest of this has been super fun. So I can say something a little bit unfun if you don't want to be the one to. The thing that really hit me standing in the hallway in the Senate building was that we have the Pacific Northwest region has so many natural resources and so much financial wealth that's concentrated into a very few number of people, but we also have a tremendous amount of opportunity in industry. And if we don't get serious as a state about the opportunities that we provide to students, all of the jobs that come with those opportunities will go to other kids who come here, and the Washington's kids will continue to struggle. Not to say that those kids don't deserve, I'm not doing a whole borders thing, but just that, like, the kids that live here, if they're not giving an opportunity to participate in all of the wealth that's being created in our region, we're doing them a huge disservice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's inartfully move on to the next slides, please. So the board in December adopted a resolution, and this is essentially providing direction for the 24-25 and 25-26 stabilization plan. Next slide, please. And some elements of those are authorizing use of an interfund loan, include options to balance the budget, work with the board to explore legislative solutions we just were talking about, directed superintendent to present a plan by May 8th, and these solutions should include research and analysis of enrollment and cost drivers. And so you should see that we're working this plan to spec so far. And if you go to the next slide, so our job is to present and submit a balanced budget. And I think it was important to kind of show some things that we considered and we're not proposing, and then the items that we are proposing, and these are aligned to the fiscal stabilization plan resolution. So we considered leasing and selling of non-school property, but we thought not, as well as program adjustments and restructuring, and the utilization of one-time self-help funds. These were considerations as we were going forward. What we are proposing, reductions and adjustments, again, in central office staffing and our expenses. We're trying to find some efficiencies there as well. Reductions and adjustment in school staffing allocations, changes in transportation, fees, delayed repayment of our economic stabilization fund, aka our rainy day fund, reduction in our contingency balances, and taking out a loan, basically a loan against our own cash, and to find legislative solutions. And so these are the tools, if you will, in the toolkit that we are proposing to move forward. And so let's go on to the next slide as well. And then, Kurt, I want you to jump in, please, around these proposed solutions and talk about the difference between the one-time funds and the short-term solutions.
Sure. These are organized in the slide deck. We'll have details on many of these forthcoming in the slides that follow, but just Fred sort of teased the spoiler alert. The proposal that's coming forward is to close that $111 million gap about $45 million in one-time solutions, about $30 million in ongoing solutions, and between $25 and $35 million in that interfund loan from the capital fund to be repaid by June of 26. And so the slide before us now is the list of the one-time solutions. I think we had talked about many of these at previous budget work sessions. Our fund balance from the previous year, our carry forward was about $32 million, so that's a one-time tool that we will utilize to plug that $111 million gap for the 24-5 year. Proposing deferring the first repayment of the Economic Stabilization Fund, which was originally planned to be $6.6 million in that year. We were successful again this year in receiving about $3.4 million in transportation safety net funding, assuming we'll be similarly successful in the 24-5 year, and that's funding that the state provides for excess costs for special need kids transportation. The proposal is to continue the 2 furlough days and eliminating the excess cash, excess vacation payout for non-represented staff in the central office, utilization of some capital fund interest to pay for instructional supplies as part of the solution here, which is listed as a one-time solution. Other school districts have that in an ongoing category, so consideration going forward. And then, like I said, the balance there is this loan that we would take from our capital fund, not impacting the capital fund in any negative way, and returning that with interest by June of 2026. The reason for that is to allow for more time and work around how to solve that $50 to $75 million ongoing problem. We can go to the next slide. Here's a summary of the ongoing solutions, and like I said, we'll provide a little more detail on each of these in the following slides. Potential changes to transportation, reductions in central office staffing expenses of about $8 million. We heard about many of the speakers were talking about the impacts of the reductions in school staffing allocations. That's about $7 million. Continuing to reduce the contingency balances in the district's budget. This is a tool that was utilized in the previous year. This is proposing using that again. And then a couple of fees, one a voluntary athletic fee, and we'll talk more about that, and then convenience fees for families that use school pay and use their credit card to make payments for school activities. Next slide. I think Fred's going to talk about transportation.
Are each of the things you mentioned in further detail on
Each of the ongoing ones have more detail, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Bartleman. So we've talked about transportation changes as a big outlier in terms of our expenses versus state funding. And one of those things that our colleagues in Olympia often bring up to us about decisions the district has made that lead to expenses. The number of bell times directly relates to how many buses it takes to manage your transportation system. The district, a few years ago, transitioned from having 3 bell times daily to having 2, necessitating a lot more buses. Of the kind of 11 districts in our area, we're the only one that uses a 2-bell system. At the state level, one of the key performance indicators that the state tracks is how many students per bus you do on average. Suburban districts are well over 100 students per bus that they use daily. Dead last in Washington State is Seattle Public Schools, uses serves 28 students per bus. We used to, prior to going to 2 bell tiers, we used to be in about the 50 range, the 45 to 50 range, which is what our neighboring urban-ish districts also do. So we're definitely an outlier there. We put currently 343 buses on the road daily. If we return to a 3-bell system like we used to have. We could reduce that by about 80 buses at least. And a bus costs us about $130,000 over a 180-day school year to operate. So that gets you to, pushing $10–11 million. So we think a $9 million savings is a fairly conservative estimate of what we could get here. Now, I mentioned earlier that to do big things, do big system changes are not things we should necessarily subject students and families to with short lead time and do in a year. So we're proposing that we work on this now and implement it, because we may have other system changes as well for the 25-26 year. Because the fact is, we went to this wasn't just an ill-advised decision. We had goals about going to 2-bell systems, and we still care about those. So can we take the time to see, can we preserve some of those benefits? Can we find other built-in efficiencies? Beyond just the dollars, I think we do want to demonstrate to our funders that we're making appropriate decisions. There's also just the size of the overall system. We use a lot of vehicles. We keep a lot of currently, diesel vehicles on the road. If we could downsize this system by having multiple bell times, it would be easier to electrify and move to a green fleet. We also have enormous bus lots that we occupy to have very big vehicles parked most of the day instead of being in service. And if you haven't noticed, we have housing and other land challenges in this community that would be nice to not be taking up space all over our city for bus lots if we could get by with fewer buses. So I think in any future, we probably really need to look at more bell times, but we can find also other companion efficiencies and also find ways to mitigate the impacts on this on families if we take the time to do it right in the following school year. So that is a $9 million in deferred savings, but again, we want to start thinking long range, and that we'd like to make a strong recommendation to the board and kind of commit to this now and plan to implement in the following year. Another change, and that's why Dr. Buttleman represented a range of 1 to 9 million. I think it's actually 1 to 10, because we think we can also save $1 million in skill center alternative transportation. We have a distributed skill center model, and we spend a lot on passenger car transportation. We're going to focus more on a kind of opt-in for students. We've applied it quite liberally, and students, we're working hard to make sure students actually need it, and really focus on the midday transportation, either getting students from the skill center back to their home high school or the other way around, not a trip to their first high school, a trip in the midday, and then a trip back to their home high school is getting, with the most expensive transportation we have, alternative transportation, that isn't at all funded by the state. So we're hoping to get efficiencies in that system. And I'll take any questions about this.
Well, I just wanted to add another legislative piece of this is that the reimbursement formula from the state called STARS, don't ask me what it stands for, I can't remember. I can't remember. The reimbursement formula is not based on do the bell times and run the routes that are the best for families and for adolescent sleep and good health. It's do it the most efficient that you can and organize your bell times around efficiency. So to get funding, like the formula itself and the direction from the state and how we get funding is unfortunately, from the beginning, not based on providing the best service or the best benefits for students and families. It's make it cost as little as it can.
So I understand moving to 3 bell times is a big move, and it does also, and I appreciate the idea of making sure we do it right. But are you saying you could move this up, this 9 million up a year from an operational perspective, yes, if the board decided that there was a trade-off here and we wanted to save something else?
We could. We're seeing that deferring this is something we would finance with our cash pool, and to me that falls kind of in bounds of the culture of this, is that anything we're going to finance should be a bridge to something. So we're giving ourselves a bridge loan from our own cash pool to put this system in place, and then it'll be a sustainable savings. Just buying stuff back from our cash pool that is going to be also a problem next year doesn't make any sense. But this is do it right, give families time to adjust, give our partners time to, because what we really did is eliminate the first tier, the early bell time. That's what we did. And that creates a big problem for lots of folks who need childcare, and it's hard for our providers to just provide 2 hours of childcare in the morning. So if we can solve some of those problems, we can make this work, and then it'll be a sustainable savings. I think beyond, I think there's value in demonstrating to Olympia that we don't want to be an anomaly on this. We want to be efficient. And I also just think, when you think on the ground, is it smart to have whether a diesel or electric bus is approaching $500,000, that you use it twice a day in the morning, and is that a smart use of resource? Do you just take money out of it? This is a smart way to run this system. So I think we want to use these buses more efficiently, and we'll get there, but I don't think we need the shock to the system. We need to allow time to do it right and allow time for families to adjust to it.
And I guess part of that is, next legislative session is a long legislative session. And the one thing we do hear continually is that we are an anomaly, and we could have saved $9 million this upcoming year, but we decided to defer it. That makes the transportation conversation during a long session a little bit more difficult. I think we should just be aware of that.
That's why I think we want to talk, even though this is mostly about 24, 25, we want to talk about it here because it's very important to show that we're committed to this, but we're also committed to mitigating the negative impacts we're going to have on students. We're going to take the time. We're not asking, and we're going to fund this ourselves because of our good financial stewardship of our cash pool and our capital funds. We can take the time to do it right, but in the end, we're going to get to a sustainable plan on this.
Director Muthuswamy.
With regards to transportation changes, have we looked into partnering Metro to a larger extent to reduce the transportation, maybe reducing the amount of buses we run for middle schoolers and making designated bus routes through Metro?
We do lean heavily on Metro for transportation for secondary students. They have been more open in more recent years. I don't know, maybe because there were staffing changes at Metro. That they're more open to the idea of maybe getting into this youth mobility and student transportation market than they were in the past. And so that's kind of a long-term discussion. Ideally, it would be great that we're not running a little transit company, that a transit agency is running a little transit agency for us. But that's a long discussion, and they're really challenged coming back with transit these post-COVID. But those are discussions we've been having, and at the state level, everyone 18 and under has access to transit now. So we are hitting that as hard as we can. That is actually built into this skill center reduction. Is since those are high school students, can they leverage their Orca Pass more than the transportation that we're providing?
Metro also has vans. So we have a yellow school bus or not a yellow school bus. Anybody else have questions before we move on? All right.
We can go to the next slide. So by the order of magnitude, the next reduction being proposed is further reductions at central office, and you'll see that's 59 full-time equivalent staff. The district has had in place a hiring freeze or review the last couple of years, which resulted in the majority of those positions being vacant at this time, and so it's another further reduction. I think Dr. Jones alluded to this earlier. We're getting pretty close to the meat of the folks here in terms of how they can support schools and the community that we serve. And so this is another reduction that will be a significant impact for folks in this building who serve the school buildings.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't throw this in here. And central office exists to support schools. I want to be really clear on that. And lots of people are very cavalier about, well, just cut central office. There are impacts for that. We take those into consideration. But it's our mission here at this building to support schools. And so we're trying to make sure that we do this in a way that's as surgical as possible, but those FTEs may not have people in them, but those services have been important. And so I just wanted to make sure that it's not as easy as those folks downtown are expendable, because, again, we exist to support schools. So I wanted to just say that as an editorial piece.
And central office also includes nutrition services and transportation, people who are in buildings all day long.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not just a bunch of people upstairs looking at computers.
Correct.
Right. And a tangible example of what Dr. Jones is talking about is one of the positions in the central admin was in the budget department. And so the impact of that is schools have less resource when they're trying to plan their budget. And then as we transition to the next slide in the school allocations, HR and budget and the operations team of instruction, of academic services, partnered together to think of a different way of doing the school allocation discussions. So there were some more efficiencies gained there and some more training up front with the principals. And so as these reductions are happening, there's also process changes happening in the background to try to support the schools with the diminished resource. And so just a tangible example of this slide and how it supports. We can go to the next slide. Most of the folks in this room have already seen sort of the reductions that are proposed for the school funding allocation, the monies that come through the weighted staffing standards model. Many of the speakers tonight spoke about this. I don't think I want to belabor the details of this too much. Do want to share, like I was starting to talk about there, the schools right now are in these budget arenas is what it's called, where their principals come here, work with their budget teams, work with the HR team, work with the operations team on how to make their needs of their school fit within the constraints of the budget that they've been presented. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, the first 3 days of the budget arenas, 25 schools have completed the task. So that means they've approved their budget, their BLT has approved the budget, and now they're moving forward with that for 24-25. There's the next 6 days, I think, there's the other schools come and work through that process. And along the way, there's more training. The newer principals, it's a very opaque process, as you were describing. The weighted staffing standards is a difficult thing to just understand on its surface. And so they're trying to unpack that along the way so people have a better understanding of that. Similarly, Dr. Pritchett and I have started meeting, and this relates back to some of the legislative conversation, proactively with SEA leadership around just exploring the budget and answering questions that they have on how the budget works and what the different decisions have been made and how do we partner together on how we're approaching the budget conversations internally and in Olympia or in the community. And so optimistic that providing that clarity for all, both on the school funding process and the larger budget process to many of our partners, is going to help us in the long run to partner together to do what we need to do for kids with the resources that we have. Are there any questions on this specifically?
Director Sarju.
I was going to go anyway. What exactly is a reduction in equity allocation?
So there are two types of discretionary allocations that are in the weighted staffing standards model. One is this per pupil dollars, and so that's to support the supplies and other needs, the copier needs, things like that at the schools. Some schools use some of that to supplement funding for staff. Equity allocation is a similar type of funding that's distributed based on their equity tier or their poverty level, and so it's additional supplemental funding at schools for schools with higher poverty. So they're both discretionary allocations. Both were reduced, yes. And those were the total amounts for the 105 schools.
Director Top.
I don't think this will be any surprise to staff. This will be the same thing I said to them earlier. I think the school funding allocations are the things that, I hear you, Dr. Jones, central office, very important, critical tasks, but the allocations to the schools are the things that, really affect everyday lives, the everyday school day. And so I think that, 7 million, I see other ways in which we could squeeze that 7 million out of this budget. And I talked with staff a little bit about them, but I think this seems like one of the last resorts to me.
And we actually have reduced central office for the last 4 years, I believe. So this isn't the first time that we've done this. I think we did 18 million last year, or 32 million. What did it wind up being?
It was 32.
32 million. The year before, we did some reduction of central office, and so I'm with you on that. And I think our attempts to do this have been just how far can we go? Right now, 7 million is about. It feels like our limit. I get you on. We could stretch it some more, but we're getting to the point we're going to sacrifice a level of service to our buildings, and so.
And I guess I'm not saying it needs to come from central staff. I'm saying, where are there else, like the contingency fund balance? Is there an opportunity there, or is there an opportunity? Where else is there, or in the our loan that we're taking, the interfund loan, is it worth the conversation of increasing that loan? Because 35 million is an arbitrary number. What's the difference between 35 and 42 at this moment?
So
when we pay it ourselves back that year, whatever year we pay ourselves back, we have to come up with that money twice that year.
Yeah, the impact is twofold on anything that's taken off of this sort of proposal. Yeah.
So, Dr. Buttleman, will you just kind of openly respond to the increasing the loan, and why that makes you twitchy? And we know that we've talked about it internally.
Right. If we were to take any of these things off the table right now, the impact is it reduces our carry forward from this year. So it's a cost that we didn't anticipate going forward. So that tool is reduced a little bit. And then we have to pay back that amount in the following year. So we've lost that year of savings twice in terms of taking any of these things out. So our $50 to $75 million estimate goes up by, picking the central office one just to change the topic a little bit, goes up by $16 million instead of just 8. So it goes to $91 million, just as demonstrating the math of what that impact would be.
And I also want to be clear, we are open for direction though. So we want to lay this out and say, here's what our proposal is, and if you all say go hard and do something different, we'll try to make that happen. So
just to be clear, and Dr. Jarvis said this earlier, part of the impact being felt at schools is also the enrollment decline at schools, specific schools. There are schools who staffing is increasing in spite of these reductions. And so that's just another piece of what's going on right now.
I have a question about one of the things that were not proposed, which is school carry forwards. Can you talk to us about why not school carry forwards instead of what's here, the trade-off? So from a anecdotal way, if there's a carry forward, that's money that has not been spent. That's money that was allocated to school that has not been spent. So we historically have said, okay, that was for your budget for this year, you didn't spend it, you can carry it forward to next year. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but my reflection on that is that could that actually be increasing? Is this a less equitable solution than bringing back than saying, oh, you didn't spend it, that needs to come back to us? Because I would assume, and it may not be accurate, but that it didn't get spent because it didn't need to get spent. And so are we like schools who haven't spent their money are keeping it, and then we're reducing
So-
funds that from money that may have been spent every year?
One of the things that's not on this slide, because it wasn't a reduction, but it was just a change in practice, is the district typically held those carry forward funds until the school year started. Once the final numbers were in the budget and everything was buttoned up from the previous year. This year, there's a change in that schools can staff on parts of that carry forward for next year to mitigate a little bit of this reduction or the enrollment reduction. And so there's a little bit more flexibility that's happening with the carry forwards at schools next year. And Linda Sebring is the expert on this, so I may be a little bit misspeaking on some of that, but the intent was to be more flexible to carry forward for schools.
Which I guess I would really like to see how that aligns with how it's being spent and what that amount of carry forward is, because as it's being described, it feels like we're allowing flexibility for districts or for schools that might be able to be a little bit more nimble and reducing discretionary allocations that may have been, and this is again, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions, but may have been used every year for reading intervention or something. So I would like to know more about the trade-off there. I'm not, yeah, I want to better understand that choice. Director Sarju.
Yeah, I think, so the fact that we're sort of going back and forth on this slide seems to represent the antithesis of what we want to do to students. And I'm in line with Director Top in critically thinking about, is this the only option? I'm not asking you to answer the question right now. Yeah, I'm not convinced, and it's not because you haven't done a good, thorough presentation. This leaves me feeling very uncomfortable at this point.
Any of you down this row here maybe can speak to just trade-offs. You know, is there a clean way to talk about trade-offs? I mean, if we squeeze here, we're going to have to do something over here, but I don't know how to talk about the trade-offs. So if any of you feel confident and capable to do that, I want to represent it that way.
You'd also ask, Director Top also asked questions about the timing of our transportation changes. Just in terms of scale, that's a swap, you know, because we could in fact get that savings. Many school budgets are done, so it probably isn't just as simple as, you know, unwinding the $7 million, but and again, both those are difficult things. Allocations to schools are difficult things. Springing of bell times this fall is a difficult thing, but that's trade-off that at least in terms of the dollar amounts kind of works. I do think it will have, you know, that also will have a lot of impact on students too, and affects every single student in the system, because whether you ride a bus or not, if the bell times change, it's system-wide.
To give some more context from in the school lens on discretionary allocations, because I've worked with my principal. Worked with my principal on making these decisions for discretionary allocations, and what it comes down to is do we want 34 kids in our classroom next year? Do we want to fully fund MLL next year? Do we want to have a tier 2 counselor in our school next year? So these discretionary allocations and the flexibility that they provide impact students on a day-to-day level and the actual staffing that they do have in their schools. So I would agree with Director Top and Director Sarju that this should be at the bottom of our cut list, because this actually does impact schools and students on a day-to-day level and the staff that they have in their building.
So let me be clear. These aren't great choices. And so I don't want to represent that this is good for our schools, for our system. When we have to figure out, we're trying to have a spirit of abundance, but we don't. Right now, it's like, how do we reduce? And so we've looked at different things. We've looked at, what we really try to do in this is preserve people and reduce dollars. And that's kind of what our principle was going into this. And we know that sometimes discretionary dollars are used for services. Sometimes those are services that are one time. Sometimes those are actual FTEs. And then when you take the discretionary dollars away, perhaps those FTEs are not available anymore, or those services. But what we've had as a kind of a working principle is let's keep as much of the staffing whole as we can, and then use the one-time funds that were discretionary. We'd love to be able to keep it all, but I think we're just trying to be articulate about the trade-offs. That's where we are. And so, antithesis of supporting schools, perhaps yes, but is it the worst thing we can do? No. So I want to be as forthright as I can about what we're thinking about.
I do want to know more. But in terms of trade-offs, it's a proposed decision here to not utilize school carry forwards, and so I think I want to know what the trade-off is. Like, is the school carry forward just not going to yield the amount that this is, or why did school carry forwards not? Why are school carry forwards not being proposed to look at, and this is? And maybe it's like, oh, school carry forwards is only $2 million.
It is
or
less.
maybe
I don't remember the number off the top of my
so
head.
that's I think we understand that we can't just say like, oh no, we don't like that, don't do that, because that's just not where we are. But in terms of the things that are currently not being considered, I want to know a little bit more about why not. What led you to say that's not what we're going to look at for reductions?
So, team, we'll try to put something together to show what wasn't considered versus what was considered, and why we said 25% versus 0% or 100%. I'm hearing some showing our work, Director Rankin's line, that we can show where just our decision making. Maybe it's our flow on how we did that. And so other thoughts. So what I'm hearing is do some analysis, more analysis on the carryover option. I think that reduces a lot more flexibility for our schools. So we'll work on that.
Thanks.
I think we can go to the next slide. One of the tools that the board sort of directed the superintendent to investigate was proposed fees, and so this proposal is for a voluntary athletic fee for high school sports of $200 per sport with a cap of $400 per year for families who choose and can pay that. As background, Seattle Public Schools used to charge fees for athletics, was beneficiary of a significant donation that took the place of those fees. That donation is no longer here, And so this is a proposal and their estimates for if participants, if 50% of people who are non-free and reduced lunch students pay, it would generate about $770,000 a year, or if 75%, it would be $1.1 million.
Two things on this. One, I wouldn't say we directed the superintendent to explore this. I would say we were okay with getting information about this, but I think fees was something that made us all kind of a little, not super excited. Something that we're not going to be able to answer right in this moment, but that we should think about is, why do we not have a Seattle Schools Foundation in this city? There's a Bellevue Schools Foundation, there's an Issaquah Schools Foundation. When I was just in DC, I literally had someone say to me, promise me before you're done with this term, you will have, and I'm like, well, I don't think it's really up to me, but like, I will try. If we had a schools foundation, as many, many other cities do, we could stop all of this bickering over PTA dollars and fees and whatever. We have people who want to give money and want to support our kids, want to support their own kids, but also want to support other kids. So if we're talking about a voluntary fee, and I know this isn't up to us in this room, but I guess I'm just putting it out in the ether, that we should have a Seattle Schools Foundation. We shouldn't have an individual high school foundation that provides transportation, that provides access to theater trips, that provides athletic fees. This is a public school system. All of our kids should have access to this. It's bananas to me that I don't know what maybe there's a really complicated history as to why we don't, but like having a foundation that supports the students of a public school district with things like athletic fees that are not provided by the state is a very common thing, and for some reason we're not doing it in Seattle, and we should. I don't know who's, and I think, the $2.7 million donation, somebody, I don't know who this was, but somebody said, yeah, I want to cover fees for athletics. A lot of people would want to support our students in that way, and that could both help us with budget challenges, but also help ensure that all students have access to these things that we all really want them to have access to. So, somebody out there, do a fund, have, and these typically will have like the superintendent on the board of whatever organization, so that it's not this other organization saying, well, we think you should do these things. We want every school to have a fencing club. We don't care what you want or don't want. That's what we want to pay for. No, there are organizations that exist to support the mission and vision and to support equitable access for students and participating in all of these things. We could have these things. We're talking, this is $700,000 in revenue to collect because of come on. It's a lot of money in this town.
So we have a few more slides, and we'll keep moving, but we do need to find ways to bring in additional resources, and so we want to make it happen. Let's figure it out.
The next one is the convenience fee for credit card users. About $5 million was collected in payments made through school pay last year. Charging what we get charged by the vendor would result in about a $250,000 budget savings. Currently, we pay the fee on that just out of the general fund, so that would be passing that fee along to the credit card user. The next slide is related to further reductions in contingency funds. This would get us down to about $5 million out of the $1.2 billion budget, or less than half of 1% in contingency funds. And so we're getting pretty close to the end of the line on that type of reductions. there was a year 2 or 3 years ago, 21, 22, when the district budget was in the $1 billion range, and the carry forward at that time was only $10 million. And so with an organization this large, with that amount of funding, we're getting close to the edge there of prudent behavior on some level. There are ways you can change direction during the year, but with school staffing being the large expenditure, you can't just disrupt that in the middle of the school year. So it would be there some ways to mitigate things at the end of the year should this contingency fund not hold. We'll watch that closely if we reduce this as part of the solution, but just fair warning, this is getting pretty small. The rainy day fund was part of contingency, that 42 million, I think it was. That's also now part of the solutions that are in play.
So let's get to the final slide, or the roll-up of these proposed budget solutions, so you can see it kind of in the
So
aggregate.
this just ordered from largest to smallest. This slide does include the $1 million in the transportation changes, the skill center change primarily, not the $9 million, and that's where the $35 million projected loan amount comes from. So that's just a roll-up of that information.
All right, next slide, please. You all can go as fast as you want on this, but if you have thoughts around, what do we need to be mindful of regarding the impacts of this plan, please let us know. It's a lot, and so we'd like to hear your guidance or your thoughts.
Director Sarju, or Vice President Sarju.
That's the name my mama gave me. So I want to be really clear about my statement because it's connected to this. What I'm asking, this budget exercise is complex and complicated. The language is not always clear to those of us who are not in finance. I think families with limited English speaking capacity should be able to understand this. There are ways to present things. When we put out publications, the general rule is 3rd grade reading level. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is my head is swirling, I'm spinning. There's a lot of confusing stuff in here. Some of it I did understand. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure, that slide that had the reduction in discretionary funds, the increase in class sizes, and then whatever that third thing was. I could look back on my notes, but I don't want to put on my glasses. Is it possible that we could do 1 or 2 of those things on that slide? I'm just asking for consideration. I'm not criticizing at all the work and the planning and the deliberation that you all did to get to this point. I'm also not asking for you to look at, I honestly believe that our superintendent is doing his due diligence to ensure we don't have a lot of quote unquote fluff on the top, in our central office, but it does exist to support schools. And so there's a balance here, of not filling positions and letting go of other positions, but still maintaining enough positions that the people who are here will want to stay and that they have the capacity to do the work. I get that. And at the end of the day, for me, what I want to see is the least impact to students. And maybe we will get to it this year and maybe we won't, but I want us to really wrestle with it and tangle with it. Because when I say at the end of the day, it looks like the antithesis of what we want to do, is because that's what it looks like and feels like to me. I'm not saying that's the be all end all, but there's a feeling, a sense like, gosh, do we really, and the same, the whole pay to play thing. We know who that potentially will hurt. And yes, I hear you say students who can't afford it won't pay, but how is that going to be enforced in buildings? Because I have been here long enough to know for sure, if you can't pay, you don't play. We're delusional if we think that that has never happened here in Seattle Public Schools. It has happened. And so how are we going to enforce that? Right? I mean, it's a question. So I'll stop there, but I don't want anybody to walk away from this, particularly the staff who took their time. Yes, it's your job. You collect a paycheck on this, but it's more than that. This is our kids' future. And I acknowledge that it appears that you did a lot of thoughtful planning, and I'm asking, is this it? Right? Is there something else that we're missing or not thinking of or that we could do?
Can I ask a question that's related to this? So given that our number one goal is to keep cuts out of the classroom, I was just looking at the list of things that we opted not to explore. And can somebody remind me why we decided not to explore lease or sale of of buildings that we're not currently using?
This falls also in the category of things that need more lead time. So
Okay.
legally, we can only use rent or real property transaction proceeds to augment our capital fund. We don't need, our problem is not our capital funds, so we, and our properties that we're not using are under contract, so we would need to break or rewrite contracts. We would need help from the legislature and others to leverage property to solve these particular problems. We are not giving that up by any means, but that's just not something we can do. We can implement in 24 for the 24-25 budget.
Okay, yeah, I figured there was a good reason. I just couldn't remember what it was.
Director Top.
So I guess my ask, and I know the next section is community engagement. If it is not too late, and I'm hearing maybe it is too late to walk back some of the school allocation funding because of where we are in this process, is there an opportunity in our May listening sessions to get feedback about whether the community would prefer to see a 3-bell schedule versus what we see on the school funding allocation page? Is that an opportunity?
For the next 3 months?
Well, so
In the next 3 months?
in the community engagement section in May, it says the district will host well-resourced schools informational meetings for all families, staff, and community. So as part of that, can this be part of some of the information we are collecting?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that in the context of the session we had around community engagement. Seems like it could be added without not a whole lot of difficulty, but I tend to give Bev unfunded mandates, but Bev, why don't you respond to that? I rescind what I just said. Bev, go ahead.
That is a hard intro there. Concerning the May dates, I'll go through and save us a little time. Let's talk about community engagement, what we have going on now. What is active? We promised that we would do well-resourced schools 2 and make sure that we pressed in and received some more student feedback as well as work with our multilingual families to get more input. So that is active and now. We have a student survey for our high school students that's active. We launched that this week. I believe we're close to, just for the start of the week, over 400 responses, so that's great. As a start, we want to keep pressing and keep going there. Concerning the May dates that we announced, that was specifically attached to what would happen out of the May 8th announcement. Following that, believing we need to get out to community, there's going to be a lot of need for clarification following that. That said, we can do what we need to do. And as we are advised and directed, if that is an option and we have that space, we can certainly create that.
Okay, I'm not gonna, nobody's gonna like what I'm about to say, so. Or I don't know, potentially. So I would say, having been through conversations about bell times, between now and May, saying, would you rather this or that, is just gonna bring just a battle where there's not gonna be an outcome that we can act on. Because some people are gonna say, it's like COVID, when should we open schools? It was just, I don't see, having experienced this, a productive way to get to a solution on would you rather this or that on this in May.
I don't
yeah.
disagree. I hate the would you rather this or that
Yeah.
conversation, but this seems to be the the squishy room in the budget that we're sort of left
Yeah.
with, that we're battling, or we're having not battling, we're having a discussion about. And so
So here's the other thing that people are really not going to like. In terms of student outcomes, I know that we all have a visceral response to, oh my gosh, what does that cut mean? At the end of the day, will a reduction in those discretionary dollars, it will have an impact on somebody's relationship with a person that they know that may not be there anymore. It will have an impact on having to make some changes. So this is where boo hiss Liza. Is it going to impact student outcomes, or are we having a visceral reaction to we don't want to change anything in buildings? Because actually we just talked about how we want to change a lot of things in buildings. So I would challenge us to really, and that's why I want a little bit more information about the carryovers, because I don't know enough about what the actual impact will be on that reduction, other than knowing that people don't like reductions. So I would like to know more about the carryovers, as what's the real impact of both of those things, both in terms of what savings would it yield and what would it, what's the actual impact that would be had.
and what I don't like more than the reduction in discretionary outcomes is the increase in secondary staffing ratios, increase in class sizes. That really sucks.
Oh my gosh, number one hated person. So also, my understanding, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding with those class size ratios, it doesn't necessarily mean there will be one more kid in every class. It means that the overall ratio of the day is changing, and that it's still within contract boundaries. I do have questions, though, about overage pay and what that expense would be. That if we say, oh, well, we'll just increase by this much, that there's a daily limit, and then if we're gonna compensate for that with overage pay, that's like a double whammy in that it's not a cost savings and we're already overburdened educators. So I would like to understand more about that impact.
Yeah, the $7 million is net of anticipated overage pay, but proof is in the pudding when the school schedules are put together.
Right, so what happens if the school schedules are put together and the counts for special education allocations are still under, so we have a whole bunch of empty positions, and then we owe compensatory services for students who are not receiving services, and then we have overages in all of our high schools, when then we've ended up spending more money for less service.
I'm not being sarcastic when I asked that. Was that a rhetorical question, or was that to be answered right now, or?
It doesn't need to be answered right now, but I want to know what we actually, like if we're kind of assuming, oh, and then we'll absorb overage, how do you know the overage won't be,
Is that possible to model?
I don't know.
And if it's not possible to model, why are we proposing it?
Well,
How do we, just what are we basing that on? And I'm really worried about the compensatory services also.
so my knowledge of this is that the teams have done analysis. These wouldn't be here unless there was some analysis. We'll try to pull forward perhaps our modeling, but there's some things that aren't predictable in terms of this. We've run on a more kind of robust model that we weren't really sharp with our pencil, for lack of better words. And so now that we're doing that, we don't have experience with tightening like this. Looks like there's some healthy debate going on back there about what it is and what it isn't.
Somebody's got the answer.
Okay,
Yeah, let's,
so let's keep moving. I know we're time strapped at this point. Can I make that assumption? So future considerations, is this me or is this back to you, Dr. Bodelman?
I think the next one is you.
Okay. Future considerations, we're looking at, as Dr. Bodelman talked about, 50 to 75 million going forward. That's after we do this reconciliation, if you will. And then as we looked at the resolution that we did in December for 25-26, the plan may include school consolidations to be implemented in 25-26 and the year beyond, grade level reorganizations, program adjustments, and restructuring. Want you to pay attention to this slide, because that's what was in that resolution going forward. And let me be clear, we are working on plans for particularly bullet number 1, and we're modeling. We're doing more than modeling. We're planning, and we're making sure that we are doing due diligence in that space. I haven't said that's where we're going, because we have not had that conversation, but that is something that we have a team working on this. And they've been spending many hours on it, and so we're at a point where we have to think about this now if we're going to do anything in 25-26. Please.
Do you know the number off the top of your head of how much the district saves in expenditure by consolidating an elementary schools, per se?
Yeah, so our rough estimate right now is about 1.5 to 3 million per school on a consolidation.
speaking, though, when we talk about student impact, for me, consolidation is not about saving money. It's about ensuring we can actually provide services and resources to students no matter where they are, because we have lost the equivalent of how many? 14, did you say? We've lost the equivalent of 14 school buildings of elementary students. And so when some of the testimony, the enrollment reduction that one school can bear when it's under 250 kids is not very many. The difference of a handful of kids can mean the difference of a staff person. When you have a building that's 450, some fluctuation, and again, I'm talking about a building that's also designed for that many kids. I'm not talking about shoving a bunch of kids into a little tiny room. We're talking about in a per pupil, we have a per pupil allocation. So if we as a community want and expect every child to be at a school, and I'm talking about elementary school, to be at a school with a full-time principal, a full-time librarian, a full-time counselor, classrooms that are not split classes, we can't do it with 200 kids.
So we we have some early credible data from our engagement with community around a system of well-resourced schools around what those would look like. Ideally, if a school consolidation were to happen, it would have all of those elements that the community has talked about. And so it's not just a budget reduction exercise. In fact, it should be having more access to more service programs and utilizing space in a more robust way. So that's really what that ultimately should be about, not necessarily just cost savings, because we couldn't proceed with just a cost saving effort on that. It's too big of a deal to just save money. It has to show some upside to families and students and educators for that matter.
I'm remembering correctly, in a previous meeting it was mentioned that a few schools expressed interest in consolidating willingly. Is that something that's still on the table to test maybe as a pilot program to see how we do this right next year with these schools that want to consolidate, so that when we have to consolidate down the line, we know how to do it?
Yeah, so we really are grateful to the schools who started to talk about this and have forthright conversations about how they would be impacted. And as we do our planning, we've taken the information that they've provided us and said, in our planning, how do we consider what their experience was? And so trying to bring a community along and to see favorably something like this is a big task. And some of those principals who had engaged with particularly Dr. Jarvis in a conversation about, is this possible? We saw some promising opportunities. And so we're not planning to do anything in 24-25. So when we get to 25-26, I think we're using those data and the experience from those conversations to inform our planning.
I would offer, I guess, a global statement. Dr. Jones is a tough taskmaster, as you have observed. He's been very demanding to fix the system, to make the changes in the system, not just tinker around the edges. I don't want to refer to a couple schools consolidating as tinkering, but at the same time, it is, how are we doing this as a whole system? I want to put it in the context of the conversation you've been having this last hour or so. As we all know, if 85% of our budget is in people, and the remaining 15% is tied up, most of it in have-tos, pay the lights, et cetera. There isn't much to work with when you lose 10% of your students. And that's just the last 4 years. So it really demands that the system be adjusted, and the first time in a long time and a big change. I think as we hit the conversations on transportation, Fred Podesta and I have had a number of conversations. How much do we disrupt the system in order to disrupt the system more, or do we disrupt it at one time as we make? I want to, President Rankin, you were talking earlier about legislative, and this, I'm going to own this, so you can disown it when it comes back at you. The legislature this last session knows that the transportation STAR system has to be fixed. What happened was, my opinion, I'm going to own this, is the version that came out of the House, the version that came out of the Senate, they never could agree, so it died. It wasn't a matter of not understanding that they needed to fix it. They needed to fix the system. There's an opportunity for us to say, by the way, we're the #1 victim of not fixing that system. We're the #1 beneficiary in our kids when you fix the system. So I don't want to overuse and just beat it to death, but what you're seeing in this one is, how do we fix the system so that we're not just picking at pieces as if they were somehow one is less important. we have no people in this school system that I'm aware of that I would say somehow they just exist and nobody knows what they do and they really don't have any value. Well, it's just the opposite. We're talking about really talented people that have contributed, whether it's from this office or wherever they are in the system. So again, I talk too much, but I'm trying to explain in that context that this leads us, what we're doing at this point, there's no question. We have been avoiding the total disruption of the system till we have answers that are good enough to say, this is how we want to go about it. I have been encouraging people to step forward and volunteer and see if we get some early adopters. But it also became apparent that well, if nothing else, we've got some people who are salivating at the opportunity. They're really looking forward because they know it will improve their schools and opportunities for their kids. But we're trying not to do that in such a piecemeal fashion that it's which parents or which kids or which buses get affected. Let's take on the system. And when we start doing attendance boundaries for the entire system, I say that if that doesn't make you nervous and sort of start shaking, it's going to happen. It's going to happen as part of this system change, or else we can't get to where we need to be with this level of change. So thank you for listening to me, but I'm trying to just put a context to answer your question and really to take in some other pieces of, there are things we could do, but right now they're more piecemeal. They're not part of the change system. And in the case, the reason I quote the transportation, it's not even part of the changed transportation funding system yet. So there are reasons to try to do this. I can guarantee you on the academic side of the house, every one of these pieces is painful. There is not a position there, and it's been multiple years, so you already have people doing work that somebody else used to do, and we're trying to hang on to good people and not crush them in the process. So thank you for listening.
Pre-recession, I think, pre-recession 2008, Seattle Public Schools had a math department of, I think, 14. Now I think we have 2. So, but also, I mean, if we do what we've always done, we get what we've always got, which has not been good for a lot of kids.
Can you define what grade level reorganization means? I think I know, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to give that back to Dr. Jarvis. He explains that
Can you
very
can
well.
you do it briefly?
I understand that. Very simply, that would be if we chose, instead of moving kids within school to school, to look at something that would change how long they would stay at the elementary school or the middle schools, or go to
Like 6th grade versus
A through 6.
Yeah.
And then,
that,
well, you don't do 7
and
to
you
9.
will see systems that are looking at some of those right now.
Maybe 7,
if
8.
that's an alternative. Which one is more disruptive? I'm not going to argue that one at the moment, or where 9th graders should be or where 6th graders should be. But that's what you would run into as an alternative that at least needs to be looked at.
Yeah, Issaquah, when Issaquah a few years ago opened a new high school, the way the numbers were, they opened it as a 9th grade only for a few years. And then, changed. Yeah, my friend was an English teacher there. She said it was awesome.
And I get 1 point for brevity on that.
I'm going to suggest, unless there's anything you critically want to bring our attention to in the next couple slides, that we can see where we're going on our own and
you got it.
get our
Here,
action
can I-
items done.
Please. Can we go to the spreadsheet? I just want to make sure the context for that is provided. Yeah, hopefully you've got a version you can read. So this is just one scenario, and I would call this not best, worst, or likely, but pretty good. So this is where the show your work of the $75 million in one ongoing reductions for next year, 25-6, comes from. So this math shows that taking all the reductions that we talked about over the last couple hours and 3 bell times in 25-6 still looks for $75 million in solutions in a year when our levies are on the ballot and our 2 biggest labor contracts are being negotiated. And so just this context of this is important. And if we get through that 25-6 year, you'll see the numbers at the bottom are no longer negative, and that's starting to reinvest back in the things that are important that we're talking about here at this table. So just wanted to provide some context. There's a lot of assumptions behind this, but this is one version of how we could get moving forward on this challenge right now.
One more clarifying question. When you're talking about the plan on May 8th, we won't yet have adopted the next set of goals and guardrails for the next strategic plan. So am I accurate in saying that's sort of another toolkit, a frame of things that might happen? That's not here's the schools we think should be consolidated, or here's the program we don't think should exist, because
Come back, ask the question again.
the plan on May 8th, if that is a full-baked, here's what we're going to do, that's a bit cart before the horse. But I think, we're going to see what the sort of frame of proposal is? Or are we seeing this is what's happening in 25, 26?
We talked about recently the introduction of goals and new set of goals and guardrails after we made this this budget session planning, and so let us think about how we readjust to do that. And so I just want to make sure I was clear around your expectation for how we would the timing of that.
Okay.
So, yes.
Just I mean, there will always be multiple things happening at different times, and we have to adapt based on legislative blah blah blah. So I don't want anybody seeing the May 8th thing and starting to look at buying a house somewhere else. Not that there's a house to buy, but
So I just want to thank the board for your engagement, your attentiveness, your inquiry. It's helped us. Our intent always on this is to keep you all well informed about what we're up to, deprivatize what we're doing in the lab. We're not sitting around twiddling our fingers, but we want to be able to show you our work. And so I want to maintain as one team that we're trying to make sure that we're going forward in a way that we do preserve student structures and systems and resources for students to have great outcomes. And so it's going to be hard to do that when you're talking about $236 million over the last 2 years. But it's the challenge that's in front of us, and I'm glad you're on the road with us. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have some action items that we need to do before we can go. All right. We have now reached the consent portion of today's agenda. May I please have a motion?
I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Vice President Sarju and seconded by Director Briggs. Do any directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 This motion has passed unanimously. Thank you. We will now move to the action items on today's agenda, which I don't see.
It's on the.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me a motion. Let's have a motion. Yeah.
It's that.
I'm getting my papers mixed up.
It's the motions, the amended provisions motion? It's that
Yes.
one? Okay. I move that the Seattle School Board approve the negotiated amendments to appendices C and D of the CBA between the district and Local 302, and authorize the superintendent to take the associated actions necessary to implement the changes, including implementing the rates specified on the identified salary schedules retroactively effective to September 1st, 2023. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
I second.
Well done, thank you. Tina Mead at the podium.
Is it on? Yes. Good evening, Tina Mead, Director of Labor Relations. I don't have a big presentation because I think all of the information is in the board action report. I think the essence of this is that reasonable people will disagree and reasonable people will come together to come up with a resolution. This was the result of restructuring two specific salary schedules for the Local 302 for our safety and security team, where we were finding, and Local 302 Representative Shelley Philippi is also here, so want to thank her for her presence as well as her time and her colleagues' time in coming up with this. The essence of this is we found that in these two salary schedules, people were getting stuck. And so during bargaining and during negotiations, we reconfigured how that happened and developed a new salary schedule that simplified it, made it a little more efficient. But we had a disagreement as to where people would have been placed. So rather than go through a whole dispute resolution process, we came together, had further discussions, saw where people were landing, saw how it benefited certain people, and then came to the resolution of let's have just an equitable across the board 1% increase that matched the wage rate increase across the other work groups in Local 302. And so that's what this comes up with. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Any questions? And this is introduction and action tonight, so if you have questions, ask them now.
And it's more math, like you've done math all night tonight, so.
Okay, do I ask for a roll call vote, or can I? Yes, roll call, please.
Vice President Sarju?
Aye.
Director Top? Aye. Director Briggs?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Aye.
And President Rankin?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you. We have one introduction item on the agenda,
That's me.
which I believe we'll be hearing from Director Hersey. Go ahead.
That's right. Do we need to read anything for this, or can I just start?
No, we don't need a motion because it's
Bet.
intro.
Right on. Okay, as a sponsor, I'll first tee up with background. This project started while I was your board president. We began with a focus on updating health policies in the 3000 series to accurately reflect our practices and address the needs of our students. We were able to identify and include additional topics and policies as the work progressed. We have more than 270 board-adopted policies and procedures, and with this package, we will get to about 5% of them. We need to do this for legal compliance, but also need to do this so that these policies remain a useful tool for staff and students. Director of Policy and Board Relations, Ellie Wilson-Jones, will introduce the item with additional detail, but this item reflects the work of numerous staff across many district departments, as well as best practices and guidance from the state. So, Ms. Wilson-Jones, please take it away at your leisure.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Good evening, directors. This item would update 13 of your policies. It would adopt one new policy as legally required, and it would repeal one outdated policy that is already addressed elsewhere in the policy and procedure manual. I won't cover all of these individually, but we're here tonight for introductions. So if there's any additional information you do need prior to action, I will make sure that you have it. Under President Rankin's leadership, the board is in the midst of a policy manual review, so I want to situate this board action report within that broader context. Directors have described that one of the outcomes you're seeking in your review process is that you have more coherence in the sections of your policy manual, so that you kind of open with a governance section, largely, focusing in your 1000 series, covering things like how you collaborate with the superintendent and your relationship with the community. And then you have a set of operational policies, which are concentrated in the remaining sections of your manual. The operational policies are sometimes at a more granular level, covering topics and including language required by state law, plus other areas for which policy adoption helps support effective sort of operations in our schools. Today's policy package consists of policies that are very much with that operational focus. So things like how to support students with specific health conditions, background checking successful applicants for employment, and how timelines might apply to non-residents applying to enroll in Seattle Public Schools. So that's just kind of a sampling of the type of topics covered in this package. The focus and structure of these policies doesn't make them less important to the day-to-day experience of our students or their outcomes, but it means that the approach that we might use to developing them and maintaining them and revisiting them might be a little bit different, as President Rankin has kind of helped shepherd through the policy manual review process. So you have in this packet track changes copies of each of the policies proposed for revision. I'm not going to review those edits, but we'll spend just a quick moment giving you a kind of high-level picture of some of the things that prompted these changes that are before you. So, for instance, we have several policies that are proposed for revision based on changes in state law. So we have a newer state law requiring districts to provide comprehensive sexual health education. So we shouldn't have policy language that sort of defines our own local intent to offer that, right? So we just need to align with the current state law. So there's revisions to your corresponding policy, which is 2025. We also had a new state law requiring that the board adopt a board policy for accommodating students with seizure disorders or epilepsy. So that's one of the new policies. That is the one new policy proposed for adoption. That's 3409. We also have policy updates in the package that aren't necessarily required by state law, but are prompted by state actions and guidance. For instance, there's several health policies that are revised consistent with recommendations from the Washington State School Directors Association and the Health Office of the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. And then finally, we have policies that are proposed for revision based on our own district reviews or reviews that we had commissioned by our district. So you've got policy revisions to 5000 included in the packet. Those are related to recruitment and selection of staff, and those are in response to the external performance audit by Moss Adams. So there's those are just a few examples of the types of changes in there. And if you have any additional questions, I'm not going to be able to get to all the technical detail. It was a very large team who worked on this, but I will be sure to follow up if there are pieces the board needs to support your decision making.
Do directors have any questions on this item? All right. Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. And again, we have some time, should anything arise, before we need to take action. Done? I was going to give a typed up legislative review of the whole session, and I don't know why I thought this, but I thought I would have time while I was in DC to write it. Yeah, I know. So it's not here in case anybody was thinking like, where's that thing she said she would make? It doesn't, but it will be coming. There being no, sorry, Director Top.
There we go. I'll be super, super fast. I have office hours on Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon. There is a link to sign up for a session of office hours on our board calendar. So please sign up.
There being no further business on the agenda, this meeting stands adjourned at 8:33 p.m.